Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Comcast Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Opens Meeting Act as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article 3-305, B1 and B7 to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matters that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
So move, Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn? Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag to be led by Ms. Forsyth Ongambe. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Comcast Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. Sorry. The first item on the agenda is consideration of the agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any changes?
Yes. At this time, there is a request for a motion to add 7330 project for Dumbarton Middle School special project gymnasium floor.
May I have a motion to add item Q to tonight's agenda?
So move Pumphrey.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Delusky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
The revised agenda is approved, and the agenda stands. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. Next on the agenda is a special order of business. I'm sorry, my computer is not advancing. Next on the agenda is special order of business recognizing our student member of the board, Ms. Forsyth Ongambe. At this time, could Forsyth please join Dr. Rogers and me at the front of the dais? Okay, here we are. Hi. The following resolution is being presented by the Board of Education, and it reads, I'm going to let you hold one copy of it, and I'm going to read. Okay. Whereas Forsyth Ongambe has served as a student member of the Board of Education of Baltimore County with honor and distinction for the 2025-2026 school year, including participation on the board's audit, curriculum, legislative, and governmental relations, where she served as vice chair, and the policy review committees. And whereas Forsyth's student advocacy journey began at Eastern Tech High School, where she served in several leadership roles, including the Baltimore County Student Councils, Vice President, School Safety Liaison for the Maryland Association of Student Councils, student member of the Maryland Center for School Safety Subcabinet, and the Maryland Youth Advisory Council, and whereas she has demonstrated outstanding leadership, dedication, and commitment to school safety by working with the Department of School Safety to launch and provide informative student messages around new safety protocols, and whereas Foresight collaborated with the Maryland Center for School Safety on statewide efforts to examine the psychological effects of school lockdown drills, helping to inform conversations about the student safety and well-being, and whereas she extended her commitment to student advocacy on a national level with Student Speaks at Harvard Law School, an initiative dedicated to promoting full voting rights for student members of Board of Educations nationwide, helping to elevate student voice and strengthen student participation in educational decision-making, and whereas Foresight is to be commended for bringing honor to this school system as she continues her education at the University of Pennsylvania to major in philosophy, politics, and economics. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Baltimore County, assembled in regular session on the 9th day of June in the year 2026, expresses to Foresight its fondest regards and gratitude for her services, and it be it further resolved that the Board herewith extends its best wishes to Foresight for happiness, good health, and continued success in future endeavors, and directs a copy of this resolution to be recorded among the permanent records of the Board of Education of Baltimore County. Okay, wait a sec. Not wait a sec. 1 second. Fellow board members, I move that the board accept Resolution 2026-01 in recognition of student member of the board, Foresight Ongambe. May I have a second?
Second Pumphrey.
Second Savoy.
Second, everybody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion has passed unanimously. Now, congratulations. Next on the agenda is a special order of business. This is recognizing Foresight again. No, it's okay. Next on the agenda is a special order of business recognizing Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers. The following resolution is being presented by the Board of Education, and it reads. Of course there's a resolution. Okay. Resolution 2026-02. Whereas Dr. Miriam A. Rogers has served as Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools with honor and distinction since July 2023, and whereas Dr. Rogers has worked to dismantle barriers to student success with drive positive change through a strategic and steady focus on academic achievement, safety and climate, infrastructure, and highly effective teachers, leaders, and staff. These efforts stopped a decade-long achievement decline, improved student outcomes, and moved BCPS forward. And whereas, under Dr. Rogers' leadership, BCPS narrowed opportunity and achievement gaps across student service groups, made unprecedented progress in student performance and achievement, and built an innovative and collaborative learning environment where students can excel and reach their highest potential. And whereas by leveraging academic reform strategies, BCPS improved elementary literacy, reading, mathematics, and English language proficiency test scores, increased the number of top school ratings from the state as well as national school rankings, and achieved a dramatic decrease in chronic absenteeism. Dr. Rogers' strategic efforts to expand student options and opportunities led to the successful expansion of full-day pre-K and enhanced access to dual enrollment and tuition-free programs, including the new Direct Admit initiative, which streamlines early admission for BCPS students. And whereas Dr. Rogers championed the physical and social emotional well-being of students by expanding access to mental health resources through new partnerships with Talkspace and Cigna, BCPS advocated for and secured grant funding for community mental health providers to provide enhanced behavioral health services to uninsured and underinsured BCPS students. Dr. Rogers also launched a mental health screening program in partnership with the Ray of Hope Foundation to connect students ages 8 through 18 with confidential mental health and wellness screenings. She implemented new safety tools, including OmniAlert and OpenGate, and expanded the school safety assistance program, leveraging critical funding to ensure the placement of SSAs in all secondary schools and establishing a support model for elementary schools. And she elevated student voice and leadership and I know it's long. And Dr. Rogers' unwavering belief that we must embrace all stakeholders, engage them in authentic collaboration, and empower them to be part of a positive change helped revitalize partnerships, engagement, and volunteerism in the system. Through her strategic outreach efforts, BCPS has now more than 800 businesses, nonprofits, and community groups providing direct support to students. And her work with internal and external advisory groups, the PTA Council of Baltimore County, elected officials, and various stakeholder groups brought together diverse communities in support of the system. And whereas Dr. Rogers has fast-forwarded student progress and strengthened operational efficiency and climate, BCPS has increased teacher retention rates, revitalized system processes and services, decreased vacancy rates, and fostered positive school and central office climate and morale. Through comprehensive system-wide professional learning and development, Team BCPS staff have built a shared commitment to continuous improvement, which has ultimately ensured that our system achieves better results for the 108,000 students and families we serve. And whereas her undeniable dedication, steadfast advocacy, and pursuit of educational excellence have served the students and families of BCPS well and have been recognized at the local, state, and national levels with awards including the 2023 Women to Watch and the 2026 Women in School Leadership Honor, which recognizes exemplary talent, creativity, and vision. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Ed, herewith assembled in regular session on the 9th day of June in the year 2026, expresses to Dr. Miriam A. Rogers, on behalf of the citizens of this county, our deepest appreciation and gratitude for her valuable service, and be it further resolved that the board does herewithin extend its deepest appreciation and gratitude for her dedication, loyalty, and service, and further extends its best wishes for good health, happiness, and continued success in her future endeavors, and that a copy of this resolution be recorded among the permanent records of Baltimore County, of the Board of Education of Baltimore County. So now I know how to do this. Fellow board members, I move that the Board of Ed, fellow board members, I move that the board accept Resolution 2026-02 in recognition of Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers. May I have a second?
Second, Agumbe.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion has passed.
Thank you. Oh, here's Dr. Rod. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Bazemore, and I'm honored to be here tonight standing next to someone that I admire greatly and have grown to love and work with you every day in the trenches, you, me, and Mildred, and the rest of the team. And I just want to say, Dr. Rogers, thank you for my professional development and personally, in my personal life, because you meant a lot to me and my family. And you are brilliant. And we're going to miss you. This is bittersweet. But today, my duties is to give you a citation and a letter from Congressman Kwesi Mfume. And he actually called me today. So I don't get many calls from Congress people. I actually stood up when he called. He said, "Do you know this?" I said, "Yes, sir, I do. I know who this is." And he said that he wanted me to personally give you this, and that the only reason he couldn't make it today, Dr. Rogers, is because Washington has called him back. They have some voting they have to do, and that's the only thing that kept him from being here personally today. So I am following my orders from the congressman. I'm not going to read the, we have two letters and a citation. I'm going to read one of the letters that will encompass the citation as well. I think it embodies everything he's trying to say. So, here we go. I'll read this, and words are important. Yeah, I do. I don't need glasses to read, and it's kind of neat. I can't see anyone right now. Okay, dear Dr. Miriam Rogers, I would like to heartily congratulate you on the momentous occasion of your well-earned retirement from public service. For the last 3 decades, you have served the people of Maryland with distinction, and I am so glad that you were able to both begin and conclude your career with Baltimore County Public Schools. Over your years of service, you have served in many roles, always prioritizing the needs of our students, staff, and families. From your first role in education as a chemistry teacher at Woodlawn High School, through your time as Director of School Performance, Deputy Superintendent, and Superintendent, you have consistently demonstrated a commitment to equity and staffing and educational outcomes, and to ensuring that your students reach their full potential. Your dedication to the success and well-being of Baltimore County students, families, teachers, administrators, and support staff has been evident throughout your tenure, and the many awards and citations that you have received have been richly deserved. Over the last 3 years, and I'm proud to be a part of that, you have made tremendous progress in reversing a decades-long trend of decline in student achievement and solidified Baltimore County's status as one of Maryland's premier school districts. Your successor will have large shoes to fill, but you have left a solid foundation to continue building upon these successes you have made. Congratulations once again on this major milestone. As you enter this next chapter in your life, know that our state is brightened by your continued presence. I wish you the very best in this and all of your future endeavors. Sincerely, Congressman Kwesi Mfume. And he asked me to give this to the secretary to make sure this is entered into the official record at Baltimore County Public Schools. So thank you. Thank you.
One last piece. I know you're going to love this part. Tradition is that following one's service as superintendent, a portrait is done and placed with the other former superintendents in the Greenwood Administration Building. At this time, on behalf of the board, I would ask everyone to acknowledge the leadership and dedication that Dr. Rogers has provided to the board and school system during her tenure as superintendent as I unveil your portrait. Oh, it is you. Thank you. Okay, where are we here? Okay. Next on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that, I call on Mr. McCall.
Just as I was getting comfortable.
It's your turn.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. Tonight we have terminations, retirements, resignations, and leaves.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibit F1?
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Jaloski,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a, wait a second, do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits F2 through F4?
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Jaloski,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCall. The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that, I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Madam Chair Lichter and members of the board, I am bringing forward the following administrative appointments for your approval. Director, Education Foundation and Grants, Office of the Chief of Staff. Director, Mathematics, Department of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Principal, Fort Garrison Elementary School. Principal, Hawthorne Elementary School. Principal, Parkville Middle School. Principal, Towson High School. Manager, Office of Facility Support Services.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as presented in Exhibit G1?
So moved, Pumphrey.
Thank you, thank you. I think we have our first and our second. Did you get that, Ms. Gober? Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Jaloski,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Henn,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers?
Yes, thank you. Our first appointment this evening is Karen Ballard. Please stand to be recognized. Karen is attending this evening with her husband Rusty and is being appointed as the principal at Hawthorne Elementary School. With 23 years of experience, Karen's experience include elementary classroom teacher at Sparks Elementary School, stat teacher, reading specialist, and assistant principal at Hollibird STEM Middle School, and assistant principal at Dundalk Elementary School. Congratulations. Next appointment is David Bell. Please stand to be recognized. David is attending this evening with his wife, Kassan, and is being appointed as the manager in the Office of Facility Support Services with 25 years of experience. Prior experiences include program manager with the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services and area facility supervisor with Baltimore City Public Schools. Congratulations and welcome to BCPS. Our next appointment this evening is Lawrence Bo Duval Jr. Please stand to be recognized. Bo is attending this evening with his wife, Brianne, and is being appointed as the principal at Towson High School. With 23 years of experience, those prior experiences include physical education teacher at Delaney High School and Loch Raven High School, and assistant principal at Catonsville Middle School, Northwest Academy of Health Sciences, and Eastern Technical High School. Those prior experiences include physical education teacher at Queen Anne's County Public School. Congratulations. Next appointment this evening is Jennifer Farmer. Please stand to be recognized. Jennifer is attending this evening with her husband George and as the principal at Parkville Middle School. With 20 years of experience, Jennifer's prior experience include mathematics teacher at Home and Hospital, Crossroads Center, Stemmers Run Middle and Lansdowne Middle Schools, assistant principal at Pine Grove Middle and Parkville Middle School. Prior to that, she served as a mathematics teacher at Cecil County Public Schools. Congratulations. Our next appointment is Sarah Salter. Please stand to be recognized. Sarah is attending this evening with her husband John and is being appointed as the principal at Fort Garrison Elementary School. With 25 years of experience, Sarah's experience include elementary classroom teacher at Mars Estates Elementary, Reisterstown, and Timonium Elementary, technology integration teacher and stat teacher at Lutherville Lab, and assistant principal at Fort Garrison Elementary School. Congratulations. Next appointment is Jennifer Szymanski. Please stand to be recognized. Jennifer is attending this evening with her significant other Brian and is being appointed as the Director of Mathematics in the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics with 18 years of experience in service in Baltimore County Public Schools. Her previous experiences include elementary classroom teacher at McCormick Elementary and Logan Elementary Schools, elementary classroom teacher and stat teacher at Imagine Discover Public Schools, assistant principal at Dundalk Elementary and Norwood Elementary Schools, and principal at Sussex Elementary School. Congratulations. Final appointment of the evening is Dr. Heather Woolridge. Please stand to be recognized. Dr. Woolridge is attending this evening with her husband, Bruce Ix, and is being appointed as the Director, Education Foundation in Grants in the Office of Chief of Staff. With 27 years of experience with Baltimore County Public Schools, Heather's BCPS experiences include English teacher at Overlea High and Dundalk High Schools, work-based learning teacher at Dundalk High School, assistant principal at Patapsco High School and Center for the Arts, coordinator in the Office of College and Career Readiness, and specialist for the Education Foundation. Congratulations.
So congratulations to all of our new appointees. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the public provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. The Baltimore County Public Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols which are posted in the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behaviors such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of the time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. It is the practice of this board to allow elected officials to provide their comments to the board. We have several elected officials who are attending virtually this evening, and our first speaker is Delegate Jennifer White Holland.
Look at my good dog. Pretty to run around all day.
Delegate Holland?
Madam Chair. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and my apologies for not being there in person as I'm on mommy duty and had some child care lapses. But I simply want to just extend my congratulations to Dr. Rogers for a job well done, and I first just want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership and guiding Baltimore County Public Schools, your perspectives, approach, and the legacy you have left for our public school community, its students, faculty, parents, caregivers, and the larger village. We are grateful that you stepped up to serve at a moment when your leadership was needed. I have the pleasure of being one of the state delegates for District 10, and it has certainly been a pleasure to serve alongside you and to work in partnership with you and your administration. And when I think about it, I believe we both began our service as state delegate and as superintendent in the same year. And so to have someone with classroom experience at the helm of BCPS, it was extremely valuable, and it has been a gift because you know what it's like for educators. You've engaged with parents, caregivers, community partners, and most importantly, you know what it's like to have direct engagement with our students and ensuring that we consistently meet their needs and that our decisions center them. And so you've navigated conflict and challenges so gracefully. You have accomplished so much, really turning our school system around. Our academics have improved, and simply put, you have put Baltimore County Public Schools on the map. You have ensured that excellence is not just a goal, but an expectation. And so while your tenure as superintendent is coming to an end, we are thankful for your arc of work that will leave a long-lasting impression to the community. And so while I'm disappointed rather, that baby Riley, who you hear, will not be able to attend BCPS under your leadership, as Riley begins clapping her hands now, we applaud you for your years of service. We applaud you for the amazing accomplishments and the goals that you have not just met but exceeded as superintendent, and the long legacy that you will have in our school district. We will forever be grateful. So Dr. Rogers, just would like to extend again our congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Senator Ben Brooks. Senator Brooks? Nope. Okay. Our next speaker is Senator Shelley Hedelman. Okay. Our next speaker is Delegate Cheryl Pastor.
Thank you. Good evening. I hope you all can hear me well. I am so remorseful that I am not there tonight in person, but I am at an event, and I absolutely wanted to be able to chime in and to say thank you, Dr. Rogers, for all that you have given us. I don't need to repeat all of the wonderful things that have been said about you. I concur with each and every one of them. You have certainly made a difference to Baltimore County Public Schools. And as the vice chair of the delegation, I want and feel that I can speak for our members and thanking you for everything that you've done, the changes that you have made, the things that will live and resonate with the children and the staff members in Baltimore County for years to come. Someone said they're big shoes to follow. They really absolutely are going to have to come with big shoes. But a couple of things that have not been said, because you just do what is necessary, and it's not always a case of being publicized or people spending an awful lot of time talking about them. But I want to thank you. I'm thanking you personally and as a member of and a resident of Baltimore County. I want to thank you, one, for making sure that the discussion about the Northwest Career Technology Center has been put on the table. And I'm sure that this board will make sure that what you've started will be followed through, and we will get that center. It's been a long time in the making, but you're the first superintendent to get it to this point. I also want to thank you for making sure that our culinary students, particularly, who come under that umbrella of the Career Technology Program, have a strong relationship with the Pikesville Armory Foundation and everything that is happening up there as that project is growing. it has now reached the point of being a national treasure, not just a county or state treasure, but a national treasure. And it does my heart good to know that our children in Baltimore County are a part of that. And last, I want to thank you for the program that you helped move forward with the Baltimore County Fire Department. That program as well has been touted as something that is to be treasured in Maryland, and now other counties are looking at following our model. Years and years and years ago, we had programs such as this, and then they simply died. But under you, we have brought it back, and so last year we had our first class of seniors who came through the program, and doing this program, they now are certified to be firefighters and EMT practitioners. And for the next year, we have gone further. We will have 30 students who will be a part of that program. Bravo, thank you. None of it was easy, but you stayed the course. You made sure it happened. And now we are not just about our academics, but what we do in terms of service for the total community. We stand front and center in the state of Maryland. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You have much for which to be proud. And I know that you are retiring, you say, to take care of some family love and business. But I know we will see and hear from you again, because you are an awesome educator, and talent such as yours has got to continue to blossom and bloom. You are doing God's work. So thank you. It has been my pleasure to be able to work with you and to make some of these happen, some of these things happen. I will be blessed just from having worked with you. Thank you. I wish you well. I wish you success. I wish you peace and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Pastor. Our next speaker is Delegate N. Scott Phillips.
Well, thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me clearly.
We can.
All of us are out and about in all of these events, and that's the only reason we're not there. I'm going to say that on behalf of the delegation chair, Ebersol, who's physically in another room, Delegate Alethea McCaskill, who's also in another room. So I just want to make that comment because all of us wish we were there to celebrate and congratulate you, Dr. Rogers, on your retirement. And thank you for your extraordinary service to the students, the families, and the educators of Baltimore County. For me, it's truly been a pleasure working with you over the years as a member of the Baltimore County delegation. And I got to tell you, I've always appreciated your openness, your accessibility, and willingness to engage us, whether it was your regular legislative information sessions that you did, whether it was the budget briefings, the town hall meetings, our individual conversations. You consistently ensured that we were informed, engaged, and equipped to advocate on behalf of the family in our communities. What I admire most is your genuine care for students and your steadfast commitment to their success, but not only students, but the entire staff. You led with professionalism, integrity, and a clear focus on educational excellence. Under your leadership, as already been said, Baltimore County Public Schools have rocked. We've achieved remarkable success, including the increase in the number of our National Blue Ribbon schools, the number of schools that have scored at the very top in the state of Maryland, and all of that has taken place under your leadership. But the real deal is you never lost sight of the fact that education is ultimately about creating opportunities for young people. Your leadership has positively impacted countless students and families, and your legacy will be left and felt for years to come. So on behalf of the constituents of the 10th District, as you've already heard from Delegate White Holland, I'll speak on behalf of Senator Brooks and Speaker Emerita Jones. We thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When I think about you, I think about Elijah Cummings and something he would always say. He said that our children are the messengers that we send to a future that we will never see. You have done quite a job in sending messengers into the future with your accolades for the last 30 years as an educator. So we thank you, we wish you well. And over these years, I want to say I thank you because, to be quite honest, I feel like it's gone beyond the professionalism, and I consider you a friend. So I want you to have the very, very best in your retirement. And like Delegate Pastor said, we know we'll see you again. So congratulations. Thank you to the board for giving us the opportunity to just come and give Dr. Rogers her flowers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gover, are Senator Brooks or Hittleman on? No? Okay. Our next category is our school system affiliated groups, and our first speaker is Ms. Leslie Weber, representing the PTA Council of Baltimore County. Good evening.
Good evening. I haven't been here in person for a while, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Board of Education members, and Dr. Rogers. I'm Leslie Weber, President of the PTA Council of Baltimore County. Sitting with me is Beth Jarrett, Chair of PTA Council's Advocacy and Legislation Committee, who also serves as Free State PTA's Vice President for Advocacy. First, we recognize that this is your last Board of Ed meeting, Dr. Rogers. We truly thank you for your partnership and for your longstanding support of PTA Council and PTAs throughout BCPS. We wish you all the best wherever life takes you. PTA is first and foremost about advocacy at the national, state, county, and local levels. PTA is the oldest and largest child advocacy association in the country. I think it's fitting that we end the school year and the PTA year highlighting a great achievement in advocacy. At our March 2024 general meeting, which always has a health and safety focus, members heard a troubling report from the Sierra Club on the dangers of synthetic turf. Beth initiated this presentation based on her work volunteering with the Sierra Club. In January 2025, our board voted to support the installation of grass fields over turf fields moving forward in Baltimore County. This position and related information then moved on to Free State PTA, where its board approved a resolution which supports a moratorium on any new outdoor synthetic turf fields and replacing existing ones with natural grass as they require replacement, the installation of visible warning signs at all synthetic turf fields in Maryland, warning of heat risk and chemical toxins, and offering recommendations to improve safety, and advocating to support the construction and use of natural grass fields and oppose the construction or use of artificial turf fields. Now, proving the power of grassroots advocacy, Beth will attend National PTA's annual convention later this month to present a form of this resolution to voting delegates from around the country. If approved, the resolution will be counted among dozens of other national PTA child, health, and safety resolutions, which serve to formalize and focus the positions of the organization and are an important part of National PTA's advocacy work. This progression from PTA Council to National PTA took a little over 2 years, which I think is amazing. This is the power of advocacy at the local, state, and national levels, and the power of people working together to improve the lives of students and families. This is the power of PTA, which I will address when I testify for Policy 1210 later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Crow, representing Nottingham Middle School's parent-teacher organization. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Crow, and I'm here again to speak on behalf of the Nottingham PTO, our community, and the more than 250 people who have signed a petition in support of our message. We want to thank Ms. Henn and the entire board for your unanimous support at the April board meeting. We were hopeful that your actions would encourage BCPS to do everything in their power to name Nottingham a community and low-performing school so these critical supports could be returned to our students and staff. However, to our knowledge, neither of the required requests have been submitted, and there continues to be a lack of transparency regarding the status of this work. At the last meeting, we requested that the superintendent submit 2 letters. One to MSDE requesting LPS designation for the 25-26 and 26-27 school years, and another letter to the Maryland Department of Budget and Management requesting community school status for the 26-27 school year, on the basis that Nottingham's poverty rate would have originally exceeded the 55% requirement had a significant error in last year's data not lowered our 2-year average substantially. Tonight, we are asking for confirmation that these requests have been submitted. If they have not, we ask that they be completed and a confirmation provided to the board by June 16th. We are running out of time. National board certified teachers at Nottingham have already lost thousands of dollars in comparison to Golden Ring salaries. Not only are we struggling to retain these teachers for a 3rd year of lost wages, we continue to miss out on the opportunity to recruit other highly qualified teachers. We understand that LPS designation typically requires 2 years of data, but Nottingham's opening was not a typical situation. As Mr. McMillan noted in April, had Nottingham retained Golden Ring school code, our students would have continued receiving all supports. MSDE recognized this unique situation in April of last year and stated they would immediately consider an appeal if the superintendent submitted a letter with supporting data. The overview of that data we provided over a year ago at BCPS's request is included on the back of your handout. On the front, you will see a comparison of Nottingham's poverty data with neighboring schools, showing a clear anomaly in the first few months after Nottingham opened. MSDE has acknowledged these concerns and informed BCPS officials in February that the superintendent should request consideration for community school status through the Department of Budget and Management. It has been extremely disheartening to be included by state officials on emails with BCPS, as they were repeatedly told specific avenues available to correct the harm caused by the change in school code, only to then watch month after month pass without those requests being submitted. Tonight, we are not asking for anything new. We are simply asking that BCPS pursue the solutions state officials have already identified so that Nottingham students, families, and staff can receive the support they've been waiting for. Thank you.
Our next category are unions, and our first speaker is Lloyd Allen, representing TABCO. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Rogers, and members of the board. Thank you for your time. I'm Lloyd Allen, he, him, Vice President of the Teachers Association of Baltimore County, speaking on behalf of the association with permission from President Olds. Dr. Rogers, congratulations on your retirement. TABCO has appreciated each time that we've been able to manifest our values by collaborating with you and your team. We look forward to continuing to implement Article 3.16 of our negotiated agreement by collaborating at all levels, including with your successor. We also look forward to working together with our sibling unions as we all work for the empowerment of our students and the continuation of our democratic society. We also celebrate our internal unity. TABCO held a member straw poll about public sector right to strike with more direct participation than any vote for any topic or office in recent memory, and this helped the conversation to continue statewide in January. Now, the previous January, we advocated for a Safe Zones Immigration Justice Resolution and Policy. The resolution and informal practices were developed at that time, and for that we are grateful. The passage of 1250 last month, though, shows that our school system values all of our students. Thank you. Coming back to this January, this was a tough budget year. We were dismayed on learning that 594 positions would be cut with the initial budget. The fact that 140 positions were restored is worth celebrating, but next year will be difficult without those other 450 positions. Today, I saw educators moving supplies between rooms, taking their personal items home, all while grading final exams, posting final grades, and writing progress reports. Yesterday, a memo was linked from the News Hub indicating that educators changing work sites should clearly label boxes with the new work site that their items should be shipped. But countless unit members do not yet know where that will be. 14.6 of our agreement states that each educator will receive written notice of their proposed school assignment and general teaching responsibility by the last duty day. While there are mechanisms for those assignments to change, how many of our members are still in limbo? A week from today is our last duty day. 2 weeks from today is the official primary election day. Please have a plan to vote and ensure that your vote counts. If you want to know who TABCO recommends, check out mdappleballot.com. And finally, educators preparing for summer recharge. If you're a school-based educator, talk to your library media specialist about what you may borrow for the summer. Whether it be a book to recharge by remembering your purpose, like Parker Palmer's Courage to Teach, a book to improve your understanding of the world, like something from Gloria Ladson-Billings, or as my LMS has lent to me until September, a book that helps to borrow the perspective of a teenager, particularly a teenager with a different identity than oneself. TABCO supports our LMS unit members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category are nonprofit community groups, and our first speaker is Marietta English, representing Baltimore County NAACP. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman Lister, board members, and Dr. Rogers. I am Marietta English, and I chair the Education Committee and AXO for the NAACP Baltimore County branch, and I have with me the president of our branch, Dr. Roland Patterson. We gather here tonight to celebrate a truly remarkable educator, leader, and advocate, Dr. Miriam Rogers. To be here and reflect on her legacy is to look at a master class in dedication, vision, and deep-seated care for our community. Dr. Rogers, your journey in education reads like the perfect formula for success. You began your career right here in Baltimore County Public Schools as a chemistry teacher. You taught our students about reaction, elements, and the bonds that hold things together. Little did we know you would spend the next several decades applying those exact principles to our entire school system. From the classroom, you stepped into leadership as a building administrator and then served with distinction as a deputy superintendent. And finally, for these past 3 spectacular years, you've guided us as our superintendent. In every single role, you never lost your teacher's heart. And look at the modern day acme you have performed under your leadership. Our school system has reached heights many thought impossible. You drove a relentless focus on academic excellence, directly raising student test scores in both reading, math, and other subjects. Because of your vision, our district now boasts more blue ribbon schools than any other school system in the entire state of Maryland. You didn't just push our students to succeed, you lifted our graduation rates, ensuring that more young people walked across the stage with a diploma and a clear pathway to a bright future. Your legacy isn't just written in data points or national and state accolades, it is woven directly in the fabric of our community. You broke down the walls between central office and the neighborhood. You were present, you attended countless community events, always listening, always showing up. When it came time to build our school budget, you didn't just do it behind closed doors. You built an inclusive process that brought the community to the table, ensuring every voice was heard and every dollar reflected our shared value. You championed diversity, making sure that every single student group felt seen, protected, and empowered. A shining example of this was your unwavering support of the Baltimore County NAACP AXO program. You recognized the talent of our students and encouraged principals to assign dedicated coordinators for the program, and the result was, can I finish?
And you could go on and on.
Thank you.
But thank you. No, I
I just got a few more things to say.
Thank you.
The results was a massive
Ing-
surge.
I
Let me
can't
just
let,
finish. I just,
we have so many more people waiting.
really? All right.
Okay,
Can I
thank
just
you
finish
very
one minute?
much.
Can I just say, Dr. Rogers, you close this chapter and step into a well-deserved retirement. You leave behind a school system that is stronger, fairer, and infinitely brighter because you chose to lead it. And we thank you for your bottom of our hearts. We will miss your leadership, but we celebrate your legacy.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mackenzie Allen, representing Puzzle Piece Charter School. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter and members of the board. My name is Mackenzie Allen, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools. We are the advocacy organization for all the public charter schools in the state of Maryland. We also administer Maryland's federal charter schools program grant. Through that program, Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy was awarded approximately $1.5 million in federal startup funding. That award followed a competitive third-party review process and reflected a determination that the school had the potential to successfully serve Baltimore County students. I'm here tonight to ask you to reject any recommendation for revocation and instead grant Puzzle Pieces a one-year extension to open fall 2027. Let me be clear, Puzzle Pieces is not blameless, but neither is BCPS. The school initially had a funding partner prepared to purchase the facility, renovate it, and lease it back to the school. That arrangement fell apart after discussions involving BCPS personnel, forcing the school to secure a traditional lease arrangement under far more difficult circumstances. At the same time, Puzzle Pieces was forced to adjust its financial plans after BCPS determined that funding contained in the executed charter agreement had been included in error, and they would not be providing the funding. The school had relied on the terms of that agreement when it signed the facility commitment. When that funding was withdrawn, the school's financial position changed dramatically. The resulting facility challenges should not be viewed in isolation from the decisions that helped create them. I would ask this board, where is the accountability for the authorizer? The charter agreement requires BCPS to provide guidance and assistance to the school and designate a primary point of contact. Puzzle Pieces is not the first charter school to encounter significant challenges during the opening process in Baltimore County. At some point, when the schools change but the obstacles remain the same, it is reasonable to ask whether we should examine not only the variable, but also the constant. The school leaders are different, the governing boards are different, the missions are different, the schools are different, but the authorizing process remains the same. This is not an excuse for Puzzle Pieces. It is simply a recognition that if we want different outcomes, we must be willing to honestly evaluate the systems and processes that contribute to these outcomes. No BCPS funds were ever dispersed to Puzzle Pieces. No public money was lost. No students were displaced. No educational services were interrupted. This is not an emergency revocation situation. This is a school facing implementation challenges that can still be resolved. Puzzle Pieces has agreed to a one-year solution. That solution is before you tonight. That extension preserves approximately $1.5 million in federal funding. Revocation is not a solution. It is a decision to abandon a solution.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeroma Void from the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Chairman Lichter, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Marion Rogers. My name is Jeroma Void, and I serve as the first Vice President and Program Chairman of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Upsilon Epsilon Omega chapter, where we proudly serve Baltimore County for almost 32 years. I bring greetings on behalf of our President, Dr. Nakia Showell-Bart. As a long-standing BCPS community partner, we are grateful for the opportunity to speak before you, the board, once again. We come before you in support of the continued progress reflected in BCPS accountability data, to encourage continued investment in student success programs that have helped sustain momentum and to offer our sincere congratulations to Dr. Rogers on her retirement. Under Dr. Rogers' leadership, BCPS has continued to stand among the strongest school systems in Maryland and one of the top systems in the nation. We are especially encouraged by the improvements in chronic absenteeism, reading and math performance, and graduation rates. We know the progress of this kind is only possible through hard work and teamwork. So today, we also want to thank and recognize Baltimore County Public Schools staff, educators, counselors, support personnel, students, and families whose dedication and partnership have made this success possible. Investing in our children is one of the most important investments we can make. We remain committed to helping ensure that every student is prepared to succeed in a world that is constantly changing and becoming more competitive. The Upsilon Epsilon Omega chapter is deeply grateful for our partnership with Dr. Rogers and the Baltimore County Public School System. We look forward to continuing our work together to support programs and to create the opportunity to expand access and promote excellence in Baltimore County students. Again, congratulations, Dr. Rogers, on your remarkable career in education. Your commitment to excellence and passion for student success has left an enduring legacy that will be felt for generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Lawings from the Baltimore County Chapter of Continental, it's missing on my paper, Continental Societies, right? Did I get it right? Okay, that was memory.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Dr. Rogers. Good evening, board members. I'm just so excited. I haven't been here in a minute because I've been busy wearing a lot of hats. I am the national board member as well as the public relations officer of our Continental Society chapter, Baltimore County. I have my president here, Michelle McCoy, and other members that are standing here, and we are just so excited. We started the organization in 1956, and guess what? 70 years today. We are 70 years old, and we have 50 chapters throughout the United States supporting children and youth. And I'm excited because as we speak right now, we are getting ready for our conclave in Virginia, where we had 4 chapters who started: Baltimore County, Delaware, Virginia, and Philadelphia. They started with giving children in their areas support, and actually it has expanded over 70 years, and we are excited to be a part of that. We wanted to thank you, Dr. Rogers, because every time we had an event, on June 19th, guess who's there? She was there. She stopped at our booth. She had her children. We were so excited. We were like, Dr. Rogers is here. Come on. We took a picture with her, and she just promoted the energy and gave us the feeling of continuing to service children. So on behalf of our chapter, we have here something for you to take, and it says, on behalf of the Baltimore County chapter of the Continental Societies, we extend our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for your dedicated leadership, unwavering commitment to excellence, and steadfast support of the Baltimore County School. Thank you for championing academic achievement, student well-being, safe learning environments, and operational excellence, while always keeping the needs of children and families in the center of your work. Continental organizations like us have benefited, and we are excited to continue to serve children in the Baltimore County area. As you embark on your next chapter, we celebrate the impact of your service, the lives you've had touched, and the legacy you leave behind. Your leadership has inspired progress, fostered collaboration, and created opportunities that will benefit students for years to come. With sincere appreciation and best wishes, thank you, Dr. Rogers, for your service, vision, partnership, and your impact will not be forgotten. And I must say that we have to also say thank you to the board members.
You're welcome.
Your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Keisha Parker from the Baltimore County Alumni Chapter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, Chair Lichter, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Rogers. My name is Keisha Parker, and I'm the third Vice President of the Baltimore County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Our chapter president is Lisa Danietcho, and our service area is Baltimore County, where we have served families and students for nearly 42 years. In those years, we have forged numerous partnerships with the Baltimore County Public Schools through educational development programs, physical and mental health initiatives, youth leadership programs, and supported hundreds of students in their scholastic journey. While our membership has a strong and established presence in providing relevant programs to address the evolving needs in our community, we want to take this moment to thank and commend Dr. Rogers for her leadership and her understanding of the importance of youth programming in our community, for her partnership in ensuring students have opportunities and access to scholarships, and for simply staying focused on the main priority, the students and the teachers. Under Dr. Rogers' tenure, nearly 50 academic scholarships have been awarded and over $500,000 have been raised toward the scholastic journey of BCPS students in our community. Dr. Rogers, your support has been exceptional. Your support has been invaluable. And on behalf of our chapter, we congratulate you on your retirement. All the comments before and the resolutions presented are clear. Your impact will live on. We wish you, on behalf of our chapter, all the best in your next journey. And thank you to the board as well. We look forward to continuing our partnership with BCPS, students, and teachers. And thank you for a moment to speak this evening.
Thank you. I just want to thank you to all of our speakers. I just want to make a reminder that for security reasons, we ask that everyone stay seated during the speakers. Our next category is individual citizens or students. Our first speaker, I'm going to try my very best, is Kennedy Ikwobuo. They're not here? I'm sure I messed up the last name. First name Kennedy? Okay. Our second speaker is Tracy Chavez. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Chavis, and I'm a math special educator at Nottingham Middle School. I'm requesting your full support tonight in ensuring that the formal requests for Nottingham to be added to the community schools and low-performing schools lists are submitted. LPS status provides additional incentives to attract and retain national board certified teachers. The process of achieving my national board certification has been the most impactful professional development I've ever taken on because it has directly benefited my students. The journey has enabled me to better adjust my lesson plans to meet the needs of individual students, assess my students' knowledge prior to, during, and after instruction, and use data in new ways to assess student progress and learning goals. Nottingham deserves to attract and retain national board certified teachers who have also gone through this rigorous and meaningful process to the same degree that other schools in our community have. If a teacher looking to transfer can make more money at Middle River or Pine Grove or any school teaching a similar population as ours, then how can we possibly be expected to recruit them? So again, I'm requesting your full support tonight in ensuring that the formal requests for Nottingham to be added to the community schools and low-performing schools lists are submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Serhoff. Good evening.
Good evening. First, want to say congratulations to Dr. Rogers on your retirement. I'm going to come straight to the point concerning special ed. Over the last 3 years, we have heard that special education is a priority. My question is, why am I so busy as an advocate? As a matter of fact, I've never been in over 2 decades as busy as I have been this school year. And I'm not going to be done the last day of school. I have meetings till the end of this month. I'm concerned that my favorite saying is, I hear more crickets from the Office of Special Education than I hear when I go camping. That is because when I send an email, I leave a voice message, I contact somebody on their personal cell phone, I still do not get a response. And if an IEP chair sends that same kind of a message on behalf of one of my clients, if they get a response, it's vague. So I'm going to give you some ideas as to how to make things better for our special ed students. Nothing new. Follow the IEP as written. If I am asking you to provide weekly communication to a parent, I should not hear back from an administrator, the policy in our school is no news is good news. And yes, I did hear that today at an IEP meeting. That's concerning. If I need to find out information about who I need to contact in the schoolhouse for assessments to schedule an IEP meeting, I would like that information on the website. I would like that information if I contact the school through the phone. The athletics department and the cafeteria should not take precedence over special education. And it does. Teachers and IEP chairs need to be trained. I'm not seeing that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joellen Odell. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Joellen Trulove Odell. I'm a National Board Certified Teacher of Social Studies at Catonsville High School. I've been teaching in Montgomery County and Baltimore County schools for 32 years. I am here tonight to urge the board to revise Policy 5120, attendance, in order to restore meaningful attendance accountability to our high schools. I realize that we have made some good post-COVID movement in attendance numbers, but I think we still have work to do to support our student learning, especially at the high school level. A lot of you may remember that before COVID, Rule 5120 required students to attend class through this mechanism. Chronic absenteeism, meaning more than 10% of missing more than 10% of a quarter, resulted in loss of credit for that quarter. After COVID, Maryland as a state system moved toward what they called non-punitive strategies in order to approve attendance, which is great. Soon after that, following COMAR, BCPS introduced the Here For It exclamation point attendance intervention programs. However, I think a mistake was made. In addition to these supportive programs that focus on intervention, I firmly believe that you need to bring back the 10% rule. Legally, COMAR leaves room for attendance-based consequences. If you read it carefully, it says that you can designate a certain number of days for a quarter semester or a year. What happens when kids are not held accountable? On your handout, on the last page, this is my 2A U.S. Standard History class. I printed this out today. Today, I met a boy who I'd literally never seen before. This is the last day of 2A. He was assigned to me in January. He's at the top of your list. He missed 68 classes. He was there today. What does this student do? This student will be assigned to Edmentum, where that's a whole other issue in and of itself, which I imagine I'll be back one day to tell you about. But there's no reason for this child to show up to school. It's become optional. Some students will stay at home and do assignments on the computer and pass my class. This student is not passing my class. But you can see from this list that half of the students are chronically absent, and it's only impacted the grades of a few. They're making up assignments. They are doing them on the computer, but they're not learning. They have to attend to truly learn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Donahue, virtual. Mr. Donahue? What? He's not there? Okay. Our next speaker is, right, I'm going off of the waiting list right now because we have 2 openings. And the first speaker is Colleen Eusebis. Hi.
Hello. Hello, Chairman Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and Baltimore County Public School Board members. For reasons that will become clear as I start speaking, before I start my prepared statement, I'm going to ask if everyone would consider closing their laptops, maybe turning over their phones or putting them in their pockets or purses. If you would do me that respect of showing me that I have your attention. Thank you so much. So I am speaking tonight as the parent of 2 elementary age children in BCPS. I'm here because I have noticed inconsistencies regarding the usage of student Chromebooks in Baltimore County Public Schools. My students were provided Chromebooks in kindergarten, and until this school year, they transported them back and forth to school daily. The purpose and use of the Chromebooks in their education is murky to me as a parent. Teachers, administrators, and county curriculum members are not on the same page. My students have been offered screen time as a class reward or for indoor recess when conditions did not allow them to go outside. And I just have a couple examples of things that my students have done during the school day on websites that they are allowed to access on BCPS. They've been provided logins and class codes for these websites by their teachers. Last year, it was playing math games to collect pets on Prodigy. They can only play this game after they have hurried through their assigned work, and then they have enough time to play the games. They also have the option to play at home if I put in my credit card and pay a $5 monthly fee. That was introduced to them in school. They play a game called Geometry Dash, which sounds optimistically like math, but it's actually just a circle with eyes, and you push the button every so often, and he jumps over spikes and such. My favorite thing that my kids love to look at on their device is on Epic. It is a website where they access educational literature. I printed him out. He's a hot dog. He dances and he sings "Weenie, weenie, weenie" on a bun, bun, bun. This is the evidence-based tool for instruction that my children are accessing. Are these tools evidence-based? Why are my students using their devices this way? Who's approving these tools? Last board meeting, a few...
Thank you. Our next speaker from James Donahue did not come back on yet, correct? Okay. Our next speaker from the wait list is Bash Farone.
Did you say my name? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you. Dr. Rogers, I really wish you well. I know I and yourself have not really agreed on many items, but I truly wish you well and thank you for your service. My point to you as board members is borrowed from one of my favorite past board members, Ms. Williams. She used to talk about the board, the board. You are the board of authority. Your 7 votes, 10, 11 votes discussion is about the power of change. And as you select a new superintendent, you could choose someone who is politically approved by someone outside the room, politically correct, et cetera, and we'll have status quo as we had for many, many years before. Or you could choose the one that is, in my opinion, honest, open, communicative, and capable of taking care of the school system to be successful. I don't know which way you decide, but what I am trying to say, each one of you vote is really a vital vote. It shouldn't be political. It shouldn't be about color, religion, affiliation with a group. It should be about making this school system effective. You know, think of it like a factory of rockets, and you make improvements. I honestly don't see improvements. I hate spoil the party. I don't see improvement in the school system, maybe a little bit. We need an obvious, objective improvement. I thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on to our public comments on board policies, I do understand there is confusion about Nottingham Middle School and the status of community school, or the other statuses. I just want you to know that staff has reached out to MSDE and has a confirmation from Mr. Derek Anderson, who's the executive director of the community school branch of MSDE. And he is saying to our offices, he's confirming that there is no appeal process, as Nottingham Middle School does not meet the 55% threshold, even with 2 years of data, to be eligible for concentration of poverty funding. And this was sent to BCPS on June 4th, 2026. I do understand there is a lot of confusion, but I do want you to know that staff has reached out to MSDE to talk about the appeal process, and that was his response. At this time, we are moving on to public comments on 2 board policies, the first one being 1200. We do have many speakers signed up. If you were inadvertently put on this list, but you were wanting a different list, just let me know that you don't want to speak on policy 1200, community involvement. The first person on the list is Mr. Edwin Perez. Mr. Edwin Perez. Okay. It's okay, we're not in school.
My mom would kill me.
It's okay, we won't tell. Good evening.
Is it okay if I address both at once?
Just one at a time.
Oh, one at a time. Okay, all right. Okay. Good evening, Chairperson Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. My name is Edwin Perez. Tonight I'm honored to speak as Chair of the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee and the Multilingual Community Partnership of the Baltimore County PTA Council. I'm here tonight regarding the first reading of Policy 1200, which offers an opportunity to expand how we embrace, celebrate, and support our entire school community. First, we voice our strong support for the inclusive updates to our district's language, striking the restrictive term citizens from Policy 1200 and expanding guardians to caregivers. In our ethnic, diverse, multi-ethnic, and multilingual quarters across Baltimore County Public Schools, family means everything, and a student's primary advocate might be an immigrant parent, a grandparent, an older sibling, or a dedicated caregiver. By widening these definitions, this board is sending a powerful message to our multilingual communities. You belong, your care is recognized, and you're a valued partner in our student success. This reflects the National PTA's core commitment to welcoming all families, eliminating barriers, and building a bigger, more inclusive table for active participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for Policy 1200 is Sharon Serhoff. No? Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Leslie Weber. Good evening again.
Good evening again. Because policies 1200 and 1210 are closely aligned, I'll offer more detailed commentary when I speak about policy 1210, which pertains specifically to PTA Council and PTAs. Regarding policy 1200, PTA Council completely agrees that an entire community needs to come together to support our schools, students, families, and staff, and that fostering strong and inclusive community relationships is an important board goal. We're happy that the policy recognizes PTA Council and PTAs as community partners and also recognizes the work of other organizations, including PTOs, booster clubs, and foundations. Any committed group of volunteers striving to improve our schools deserves to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ramona Basilio. I'm sorry, I'm tongue-tied tonight. Ramona Basilio. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in support of Policy 1210 on PTA, PTSA,
This is 1200. You want to speak on 1210?
I signed up for 1210.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
I can come back.
While you're.
I'll come back.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd Allen, 1200.
Lloyd Allen. Resolutions are statements of belief of an organization that have been adopted through the democratic process. TABCO shares the resolutions of NEA, the National Education Association, unless we have a resolution that specifically countermands them. Resolution A-3 of the NEA states that the NEA recognizes its responsibility to promote an understanding of the history and continuing importance of public education and to support public education and public education employees. The association encourages wide community and parental participation in achieving and maintaining educational excellence. The association believes that school boards and other stakeholders also have a responsibility to promote public understanding of the importance of public schools. The association also believes that public education should be publicly and democratically controlled without undue influence in decision-making on the part of any private interests, including but not limited to business concerns and philanthropic organizations. However, the NEA goes on to identify criteria for effective partnerships, including agreement on core values, one-to-one relationships between families and educators that are linked to learning, and connecting students, parents, guardians, and educators to the community. Additionally, it is noted that collaborating cooperatively with co-planned, co-implemented school community business partnerships in the support of public education is positive, but to be careful that programs are not simply marketing to the schools or using the schools to promote their products. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with policy 1200, I don't believe Ms. Lynn Lawings is still here. Okay. Bashfarone, policy 1200.
Thank you for the opportunity. First paragraph, 1 to 15 lines is really very good. I want you to know that I don't just criticize, it's really good. Okay. Second paragraph, line 20 to 21, talks about participants. And what I like to propose to you, after being active in the school system for 30 years, that you put in this policy, please, that the board and administration shall answer every participant comes into the meeting, make comment, complain, or send email. Because if you don't, then what's the sense? No answer, no phone calls, you know. I mean, that's not really engagement. Line number 30 to 39 talks about the staff encourage, foster, welcome, support community involvement. Now, you know what I complained about in the past, right? You do know. You know, I complained about keeping us standing there outside in the cold in winter time. I'm talking about the 2 times I have been ejected out because one time I stood up and I wanted to take a picture of the board in debate. Not to mention the many emails that I spend the time in thinking about them, phrasing them, and sending them to you. No answer. And I think Colleen already talked about that, and Sharon did talk about that. I have been talking about it for a very long time. So this policy, you need to put a teeth in it. And in the 3rd paragraph, it talks about encouragement. What does that mean? Really, once you approve this, is it going to be different for people like myself? Is it going to improve our outcome? Not really. Not really. Whether you pass it or not, it's not going to make the students go to Harvard, be astronauts. It's not.
Thank you. All Our next speaker, we're still on policy 1200, is Derek Burton. Okay. Our next speaker virtually is James Donahue. Just go over, is anybody online? Nope. And our last speaker for policy 1200, Francis LeBoy. It's okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, let me breathe. Good evening. My name is Frances LeBoy, and I'm here in support of Nottingham for Nottingham Middle School advocacy for a designation as both a community school and low-performing school.
Excuse me one second. Are you talking about policy 1200?
I signed up for Nottingham. I'm not sure.
Or are you going to talk about policy 1200?
I don't think
Okay,
so.
this is policy
Oh, sorry,
1200,
I don't
but
know.
that's okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on to policy 1210. Our first speaker is Edwin Perez. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson Lichter, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. My name is Edwin Perez. Tonight I'm honored to speak again as the chair of the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee and the Multilingual Community Partnership of the Baltimore County PTA Council. We are here tonight regarding the first reading of Policy 1210. We celebrate Policy 1210's focus on the unique relationship with PTA. Our local PTA units are legally incorporated, accountable nonprofits operating under standard uniform national bylaws. This framework guarantees a high, predictable standard of systemic advocacy across the entire county. As the board thoughtfully considers Policy 1210, the PTA believes every adult who steps up for our kids is an asset. To ensure this partnership thrives, we encourage the board to continue to pair with the PTA to work with inclusivity guidelines consistent with all organizations. Together, we can ensure that every community in Baltimore County Public Schools benefits equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for policy 1210 is Sharon Serhoff. Okay. No voice. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker for policy 1210 is Leslie Weber.
Good evening again. We're grateful that very little has changed in this policy. We believe that it renews the Board of Education's commitment to PTA Council and PTAs across the school system as being the official parent group partners of the school system. As noted in the policy, we value our partnership with the board to help implement the board's goal on community engagement and communication. As I mentioned in my stakeholder testimony, PTA is the oldest and largest child advocacy association in the country. It's an open organization. Anyone can pay dues to become a member of any local unit and have a voice in that body. Our mission statement is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. Our tagline is "Every child, one voice." We're here to advocate for all children in BCPS. PTA Council's nonprofit training, guidance, and resources help our 130-plus units help their communities. We truly believe that a strong PTA and strong family and community engagement lead to better academic outcomes for students and improve the entire school community and the lives of its students, families, and staff. Regarding effective communication, we're grateful that we've been able to share information about PTA Council and PTAs via BCPS's monthly Partnership Spotlight newsletter. Through our close relationship with the BCPS Office of Family and Community Engagement and its supervisor, Sue Hahn, we're able to learn about BCPS news, projects, and programs and share this information with families via our newsletter, website, social media, and email. We're thankful to have been given the opportunity to take part in monthly leadership roundtables with Dr. Rogers. At these sessions, PTA presidents and council members have received important BCPS presentations and have been able to ask questions in an open format. We truly hope these meetings continue when the new superintendent comes on board. Again, thank you for your support of PTA Council and your partnership with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I believe is not here, but I'll say the name again, Kennedy Ikwabua. And our next speaker for Policy 1210 is Lloyd Allen.
Good evening. Lloyd Allen, Vice President, TABCO. Please note that support for PTA and PTSA organizations is a facet of the agreement negotiated between TABCO and Baltimore County Public Schools. 10.8. The board encourages teachers to join PTSA organizations in their schools and to participate in their programs in accordance with established policy. I believe that that line of our contract was there when I joined Baltimore County Public Schools in 1999 and immediately joined my school's PTA. As an ex officio participant in the Baltimore County PTA Council, I would encourage PTO organizations to get themselves to belong to the PTA Council for resources, support, and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker for Policy 1210 is Bosch Ferone. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, not our second to last speaker. Come on. Followed by Ms. Basilio. Yes.
Thank you. The first paragraph talks about parents, caregivers, family, community involvement, etc., etc. So think of it this way. I am not a parent anymore. My kids are grown up. And I'm not a guardian. But I pay taxes. The lights here is coming from my own taxes. All right, where is my name? Where are the taxpayers as a group name in the policy? It's not really there. I think it deserves to be included. Second paragraph, line 15 to 25, talks about committed fostering, supporting community engagement, communication, etc. So I don't want to bore you how long I have been here, but the way school system communicates today is not really a whole lot different than 20 years ago. It's not really different, you know. Today the communication is more about Facebook, Instagram, responding to emails, you know, going to someone's home, no way, you know, discuss things with him or her if they are concerned, addressing issues of parents like you heard today from Colleen, responding to them, responding to somebody like me, you know, even though I paid taxes, I don't get any response. I really like my money back. You know, you go to a restaurant, you don't like the steak. They don't charge you for that steak. They give you a free one. They ask you to come back again and no pay. I need my money back. You're not responding to me. And the last point talks about providing a sustainable system. That's line 24, that the school system is providing a sustainable system. I say it's good, sustainable system, but you need to make sure to include that the system is effective and efficient. Effective and efficient. If it is efficient, you will have better yield with graduation, absenteeism, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Basilio.
So, good evening. I'm here. Dr. Rogers, thank you for everything. I echo everything that has been said. You have been a true godsend and a blessing to the school system. However, I'm here to talk about Policy 12. I could see the chair looking at me now.
First of all, the PTA Council of Baltimore County has been a partner since 1969. So probably, help me do the math, what's that, 57 years? Probably as long as myself and my distinguished friends have been coming to these meetings. We're also a member of the National PTA Organization, 100 years. We have made progress in this policy. We really, really support it because it support our goals of advocacy and our goals of engagement. There are a couple of areas that I would like to highlight if given the opportunity. Line 17, where it says engagement and effective communications, I would ask that we add meaningful two-way communication. That is consistent with the national pillars of the PTA. That's line 17. Moving down to line 24, where it talks about a sustainable system. I want to put a truth theorem out there. The sustainable system that the PTA and PTSA are talking about are the 140 nonprofit units that are a part of the PTA. A sustainable system are the 3 million plus members of the PTA nationwide, and those of us in counties all over this country who advocate on behalf of students. We are just grateful to have the opportunity and have a cooperative partnership with Baltimore County Public Schools and this board as we move into a new era of PTAs. It's no longer our moms and dads' organizations. We're not talking about baked seals and brownies. We're talking about the literal survival of public education. Please, we support this policy. We hope you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our speakers tonight.
Ms. Lichter, how about the young teacher from Nottingham? Was she selected or not selected or selected for the policy? What was she?
I think she meant to sign up for the citizens, the public speak, and we had 5, and her name wasn't, I did 2 off the waiting list, and then there wasn't.
So there's no openings for that young woman?
No, but thank you for asking. Next on the agenda is our superintendent's report, or your last one, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Madam Chair Lichter, members of the board, I am pleased to present my June and final report to the Board of Education. Before I begin, I want to share a special graduation video that captures the heart of this moment that many of you witnessed over the last 2 weeks, where we had 24 graduations, 7,000 graduates, our students, and all that they have accomplished. Please play the video. Take a moment to feel the pride of the last 13 years. Every challenge you pushed through, every lesson that stretched you, every moment that you chose to keep going, it all brought you here.
Congrats, class of 2026! Class of 2026! You did it!
Class of 2026, we out of here.
We did it! Congratulations, class of 2026!
Today feels amazing. It also feels really surreal. I mean, I've been a part of BCPS since pre-K, so this is my 14th year here. Hi!
Just feels really great to be here with all my classmates, be with this group of people for the last time.
I wasn't really sure coming in how I'd feel, but now that I'm here, I feel calm, I feel confident, I feel excited.
Graduation to me really seems like the summation of the last 17 years.
People say that try living up your high school years or years in general, and it goes by fast. They weren't lying. It's really, really quick. But I'm glad that I was able to go through it and meet a whole lot of new friends, teachers, staff, the people that really just empowered my life.
Graduates, over the past 4 years, your class has demonstrated talent, resilience, and excellence in every corner of our school community.
The past few years haven't been easy for you. You faced challenges both inside and outside the classroom, but whatever it took, you made it here.
These seniors have met all of the requirements set forth by Baltimore County Public Schools and the state of Maryland.
Class of 2026, our world needs good people. People who work hard, care deeply, and lift those around them. And you have shown us that you are those people.
1, 2, 3!
Honestly, it feels amazing. Like, through all the struggles and my perseverance, I felt like finally being able to turn my tassel and getting my diploma, it was just an amazing feeling.
The person that's on here is my grandpa. What he meant to me was he was a great person. He died my freshman year of high school when we were going in. He was there for everything when I first started to learn how to play sports, soccer, track, baseball, everything. We've had great memories. I miss him every day. I'm doing this for him.
Very proud of my twin daughters.
You've got tools to take on anything you want to do. We're very proud of you. We love you.
It was very nice, during my high school career, a lot of challenges and whatnot. But I'm excited what's to come, though.
We did it! Class of 2026! Class of 2026, we out!
Thank you, and I also extend a final thank you to BCPS-TV and the wonderful communications team for their incredible work capturing the BCPS story and providing equitable access to communities. As we watch our graduates cross the stage, we are reminded that this moment marks both an ending and a beginning. But to truly appreciate it, we must look back to where each student's story began. It begins in pre-K, where we have expanded access by more than 2,100 seats in under 3 years, ensuring that more of our youngest learners, especially those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, start school ready to learn, grow, and thrive. Their journey continues through high-quality curriculum, excellent teaching, and meaningful learning experiences. Over the last 3 years, we have worked with intention to implement state-aligned curriculum, strengthen instructional practices through skillful teacher training, and ensure that every classroom offers rigorous, engaging opportunities for students to excel. Their journey is supported by our investments in reducing chronic absenteeism and our unwavering commitment to social-emotional wellness. Through expanded mental health services and direct supports offered in our community schools, we have worked to ensure that every child feels seen, valued, and supported. Their journey is uplifted by more than 800 community partners who invest in our students every single day. Their generosity, collaboration, and belief in our children have strengthened our ability to meet student needs and open doors to new possibilities. And their journey is broadened through exposure to higher education and future partnerships. Partnerships such as those with CCBC, including dual enrollment for more than 6,000 classes and direct admit with Dr. Curtinitis, have helped students envision what is possible and take tangible steps towards college, career, and lifelong success. Tonight, I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you to our educators, support staff, administrators, and central office team whose dedication makes this work possible. I want to thank personally the people who are in the audience with us this evening after working long days. I am especially grateful to the members of Cabinet who are seated here, a very small, mighty, powerful team who has been a working cabinet from day one. Special shout out to my chief of staff who is back, Mildred Charlie Green. Want to thank you. Want to thank Dr. Just Grimm. Want to thank Homer McCall. Want to thank Dr. Raquel Jones. Want to thank Whit Tantliff for all of your hard work with the budget. I am especially appreciative to you, Dr. Jennifer Mullinax, Chief Academic Officer, appreciative to all of you for the partnership. I want to also thank my mentor who is in the audience driving in the evening this evening, who forced me many years ago to be very clear about what my vision was for students, Ms. Bronda Mills, who had a long history in Baltimore County Public Schools, former principal here. Thank you to all of our families, community members, and partners for your ongoing collaboration and steadfast. And most importantly, thank you to our students. 108,000 reasons why we do this work. I believed in you from day one, and you have shown me time and time again that my belief was well placed. When I was appointed superintendent 3 years ago, the charge was clear: reverse more than a decade trajectory of academic decline in BCPS. Together, we embraced that challenge. While there is still certainly much more work to do, our community was clear about the need for forward progress. Through extensive data review, the work of a transition team, and countless conversations directly with stakeholders across the county, 4 priorities emerged, and we worked on those 4 priorities as they became our shining light over the last 3 years. Despite what may be reported on social media or individual thoughts, the facts are the facts. Our facts have all been externally validated by markers at the state and national level and are truly indicative of the collective effort of students. Together, we built systems to examine our practices with honesty and rigor. We partnered with experts, grounded decisions in research, and strengthened our structures for monitoring progress, reviewing data regularly, and focusing intentionally on outcomes for all student groups. We cultivated relationships across education, business, government, and the broader community, resulting in stronger collaboration, open communication, and greater alignment around shared goals. Because of this collective effort, we have made meaningful progress in a relatively short time. Again, while there is always more work ahead, I am proud that students today in BCPS have access to opportunities, supports, and experiences that simply did not exist 3 years ago. The progress we see belongs to all of us and can continue with conditions conducive to success if all people are truly working for the collective good. I am also honored that this work has been recognized beyond Baltimore County. Serving on a national platform with school system leaders from across the country, particularly through AASA's work to advance women in educational leadership, is a privilege. I look forward to continuing to advocate for public education in the year ahead. BCPS is well poised for continued success because of the people who make up this organization and the deep commitment that exists throughout this community by hardworking individuals. The foundation is strong, the direction is clear, and the future is bright. As I conclude my tenure, I do so with immense gratitude and pride. Thank you for your support, your partnership, and your belief in students. I'm incredibly proud of what we have accomplished, and even more proud of the young people who inspire us every day. Personally, I am looking forward to spending more time with my family, including my heart, my 4 children, my grandbaby, while cheering BCPS on from a different seat. I am immensely grateful for loved ones who have walked every step of the way with me and the prayers and love of my mom. 30 years ago, I began in BCPS as a chemistry teacher at Woodlawn High School, and I will always cherish that time that made the power of education and my love of learning come alive in others. School, as my mom often says, is open for everyone, and education is the key to success. I will always be a proud supporter of Team BCPS and an advocate for public education, and I am grateful for the opportunity to have served this community. Thank you, and I wish each one of you the very best in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. And next is the chair's report. And I'm also going to start with 2 thank yous and goodbyes. First to Ms. Forsyth Ongambe, our 25-26 student member of the board, for all of your work this year. While navigating and excelling in her senior year of high school, she also took on the responsibilities of being a productive, articulate, visible, and inspiring board member. She attended many activities and events outside of the scheduled BOE meetings. She helped lead during difficult times while never losing focus on representing her 108,000 fellow students. We know she will be successful in whatever her future holds, and we wish her all the best as she takes her immediate next step as a college student. Thank you, Forsyth. As we recognize Dr. Rogers, we do so with thanks for the vision, commitment, and care she has brought to BCPS. Dr. Rogers helped stop the achievement decline and led the important work of improving outcomes for students. Those results did not happen by chance. They happened because of thoughtful leadership, a clear focus on student success, and an unwavering belief that every child can achieve at high levels when the right support is in place. What has set her apart is her deep understanding of instruction, teaching and learning, and the systems and structures that make lasting improvement possible. She's also been a visible and steady presence in our community. Time and again, she has stood out front, listening, leading, communicating, and representing this district. And perhaps what has been most inspiring of all is the genuine pride she takes in watching our students succeed. You can see it in the way she speaks about them, the way she shows up for them, and the joy she feels when they reach their goals. That pride is real. It reflects a leader who has never lost sight of why this work matters. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, for your service, your leadership, and your deep belief in the potential of every student. Thank you for the progress you have helped BCPS make. We are stronger because of your leadership, and we are better because of your work. We wish you every success and every joy in the next chapter of your life. Congratulations again, and thank you. And then our superintendent search is progressing. Our search firm, Ray & Associates, reviewed over 40 applications. This week, the Board of Ed is conducting first-round interviews, and our finalists will be announced by the beginning of next week, if not sooner. A town hall to meet the finalists is scheduled for June 16th at 6:30 at the Carver Center for Arts and Technology. Additional details about this event were shared with the public today. Interviews with our finalists will take place on June 17th. More than 50 panelists will participate in those interviews. Thank you to the community members who have completed the survey on the qualities of our next superintendent, attended the forums or public hearings, and expressed interest in serving on our finalist interview panels. We appreciate and value the public's engagement in this very important process. And as the 25-26 school year comes to a close, I want to take a moment to thank our wonderful teachers and staff for all that you have done throughout the current school year. Your hard work, patience, and dedication have made a difference in the lives of our students. Whether you're teaching in the classroom, supporting behind the scenes, keeping our schools safe, organized and welcoming, or encouraging students when they need it most, your efforts have meant so much to the students of BCPS. On behalf of the board, thank you for your dedication, compassion, and the care you bring to your work. We wish you all a restful and well-deserved summer. And to all the BCPS retirees, we are deeply grateful for all you have done during your career and tenure with BCPS. Retirement is a huge step, and I wish everyone the best on their next journey. You never know what may be in store for you and where you may land. And next on our agenda is Ms. Ongabe's last student member of the board report.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Superintendent Rogers, members of the board, staff, families, and the BCPS community. As I deliver my final report as the 45th student member of the board, I find myself reflecting not on the meetings attended, reports given, or initiatives completed, but on the people who made this year so meaningful. So instead of my usual reports, I would like to acknowledge some of you. Serving as MOB has been one of the greatest honors. From the moment I was elected, I understood that this role was bigger than me. It was about representing over 100,000 students and carrying their voices into rooms where decisions are made, and ensuring that students remained at the center of every conversation. This year challenged me, stretched me, and taught me more than I could ever imagine. First, to my fellow board members, thank you for welcoming me to this table. Thank you for listening to student perspectives and allowing me to learn alongside each of you. This experience has given me a greater appreciation for the complexity of educational leadership and the responsibility that comes with serving a community as diverse and dynamic as Baltimore County. I also want to extend a special thank you to Mrs. Gover. Behind every meeting, agenda, and schedule change, and any last minute questions, was so in making sure everything stayed organized and on track. Thank you. I want to thank the Baltimore County Student Councils, to students who showed up month after month, attending meetings, sharing ideas, and advocating for change, and believed in the power of student voice. Thank you. A special thank you to our advisor, Mrs. Wade. Your dedication to students is unmatched. BCSC is stronger because of your leadership and belief in students. I would also like to thank Mrs. Onijala, Mr. Bazemore, Mrs. Charlie Green, and a bunch of staff for every check-in, conversation, every word of encouragement, every moment spent making sure I was supported throughout this journey. To BCPS-TV, thank you for your partnership throughout the year. Whether it was filming projects, creating content, or simply making the process enjoyable, you helped bring student voice to life in ways that reached thousands across the county. Some of my favorite memories from this year came from the work we did together. I would also like to thank some of our former SMOBs, Christian and Ugoma. Long before I officially stepped into this role, you both made yourselves available to answer questions, provide guidance, and offer support. I'm incredibly grateful for the foundation you helped build and the little trinkets you left behind. Some of those small traditions became reminders that none of us serve in this role alone, and in that same spirit, I'll be leaving behind a tiny red bear for our next SMOB, Claire. Claire, you are stepping into a role that is both challenging and incredibly rewarding. I know you will bring your own unique perspective, passion, and leadership to this position, and I'm excited to see the impacts you will make. To the superintendent's cabinet and all of central office, thank you for your commitment to our students. Throughout this year, I've had the opportunity to learn about the countless efforts that happen behind the scenes every day. While much of this work is never seen by students, it plays a critical role in shaping our schools and supporting our success. To our teachers, staff, bus drivers, custodians, counselors, administrators, and every individual who contributes to BCPS, thank you. You are often the first faces students see in the morning and the people who help us navigate some of our most important years. Your impact extends far beyond the classroom. I also want to thank my school, Eastern Tech High School. Eastern Tech has supported me every step of the way, from my teachers and administrators to my classmates and friends. You encouraged me when the workload became overwhelming and celebrated every success along the way. I am proud to represent a school that values leadership, service, and community. To the BCPS community as a whole, thank you for trusting me with this responsibility. Whether I met you during school visits, board meetings, or events, every interaction helped shape my understanding of what it means to lead and serve. To my fellow seniors, congratulations. We have spent years growing, learning, failing, succeeding, and finding ourselves within these schools. As we prepare to move on to the next chapter, I hope we carry with us the knowledge, relationships, lessons, and experiences that shaped who we are. And lastly, to Dr. Rogers, as you prepare to retire, I want to thank you for your continuous support throughout this year. Your willingness to engage with students and listen to our perspectives has left a lasting impact on me. I'm grateful for every school visit, conversation, piece of advice, and opportunity I've had to learn from your leadership. Your impact on BCPS will be felt for years to come, and I wish you nothing but success and happiness in this next chapter. Before I close, I'd like to leave the board with one final thought. Continue to do better. This year, I've learned that leadership isn't measured by titles, votes, or who wins an argument. It's measured by character. It's measured by how you treat people when you disagree with them. It's measured by your willingness to listen, collaborate, and put the mission before yourself. Our students deserve leaders who respect model, professionalism, and integrity, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's difficult. They deserve a board that remains focused on serving students above all else. As you continue this work, I challenge each of you to lead with humility, lead with authenticity, and lead with a genuine commitment to one another and to the students you serve, because our students are watching and they deserve your very best. And for the last time, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of serving as your 45th student member of the board. It has been an honor I will carry with me for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business about the budget. The board approved a postponement of a motion from the May 19th meeting. The motion was made by Mr. McMillian and second by Ms. Stelusky. And it said that BCPS reallocate up to $3.6 million from the fund balance to fund library media specialists in our secondary schools to allow for the removal of additional instructional assignments, including advisory. This reallocation shall be done in a way that does not lead to additional staffing cuts or to decrease compensation package. So that is the motion that we have postponed. And to begin the discussion, I'll turn to Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Dr. Grimm and Mr. Tantliff are already here. Ms. Gover, there are 3 slides that I just shared the link with you. I'm not sure if they were shared earlier. Okay. As they prepare to post the slides, wanted to share some context that was requested of us and turn it over to Dr. Grimm and Mr. Tantliff to speak to circulation as well as potential fiscal impact. Critical context, BCPS employs 51 secondary library media specialists. BCPS also employs 110 elementary library media specialists who teach full-time. We want to make it clear to the community that the sole purpose has been about students trying to help mitigate increased class sizes in secondary schools by a certified teacher only in their content area aligned with other roles that we have in the school system. This recommendation was brought forward several years in a row directly from secondary principals who provided this input. Again, the proposal was to teach 2 classes out of 8, leaving 6 unassigned sections, and no teaching responsibilities during lunch to ensure open access to all students during the time that is the most busy in media centers across the school system. With that, I think the slides are up. Almost. Okay. Dr. Grimm will share information about circulation.
So good evening. This information, again, will be in print and available to you. So we pulled some circulation data from our library media centers. The circulation data is related specifically out of Destiny to print material. So it is books. It includes any checkouts by our staff, by our students. So if a teacher pulls a cart together to bring to their classroom, this would be inclusive of that. Any student materials that are checked out, again, by print. So it's not electronic circulation. Next slide, please. Dr. Rogers spoke to that side. So to give you a sense, our elementary schools had a circulation of over 1.5 million print materials this year from August through May the 27th, which was the last week of May. Our middle schools had a circulation of just over 61,000, and our high schools just over 49,000 in print materials. And our other schools, which would include the shared resource at Sparrows Point and our special schools in VLP, was just over 14,000 materials. Again, this includes student, faculty, and staff checkout. and print material only, so it's not any other types of digital resources. Next slide. Mr. Tantliff is going to go through what the impact would be on the fund balance if this request were granted.
Thank you. Board members, you may be familiar with the format of this chart. We've just tweaked it to address the proposal at hand tonight. So you can see on the left is where we increase the use of fund balance, and that's the assumption for where the revenue would come from, by $3.6 million. And on the right, you have what we'll call our sustainable plan with a glide path to get down even in the next several years to $30 million of annual fund balance usage. We're right now going to have a significant increase in fund balance usage in FY27, proposed over 26. And the extra $3.6 million would represent a 32.3% increase over FY26 up to 41.8%. So an additional just about 10%. And what you can see in the chart is our fund balance usage. So on the right is what our current plan is. We have $50 million in 27, and you can see we step it down by $5 million a year, and we believe $30 million of annual usage of fund balance is a sustainable level and will leave us a safety amount of fund balance in the bank for emergencies that may come up or any other contingencies. We'd like that to stay close to 50 million. 40 to 50 million range is probably acceptable. You can see on the left, all the assumptions are static, and this is a very simple apples-to-apples example. You can see that the use of fund balance starts off with the additional 3.6 million and also ramps down by 5 million a year. But by 2032, there's only $20 million of fund balance remaining, which would be a dangerously low level that, if our spending is high one year, if our variance is very low, our fund balance could be driven close to zero. Next slide, please. And the next two slides, they're just blow-ups of the two charts I showed you. So this is the higher risk chart, and you can see that the impact, I talked over the different negative effects of this. The potential gap eventually is going to need to be covered through a budget cut or additional revenue. Again, this example is static and fairly simple, just to show you things apples to apples, and it's a similar format to what we reviewed during the work session on the budget. And the last slide is our sustainability, which is a priority, and I think everyone here would agree with that. A fiscally conservative use of fund balance allows for predictable, recurring revenue stream. It allows flexibility, and as I mentioned, our goal is to reduce usage back to 30 million a year. And that concludes our pages. Thank you.
Thank you. Just questions, Ms. Hen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tantliff, for the presentation. If we could display slide 3, the two charts that you talked about, the sustainable plan versus the proposed use of 3.6 million. Yes, thank you. Is the 3.6 the only delta between the two charts?
Yes, everything else is static. Just fund balance usage starts at, it's 3.6 million more every year. Everything else stays the same, but obviously the year-end balance drops more quickly because we're using fund balance more quickly.
So that's an assumption that we're unable to absorb that 3.6 in subsequent operating budgets from another source, that we would have to use fund balance in years beyond 27?
Well, no matter what happens, the example is static, so whatever other revenue we could get anyway. All assumptions are the same. So this is just really showing a relative difference between the two scenarios. A lot of different things could happen. Revenue could be better than expected. Enrollment might start shooting up and drive positive revenue. We might have, this would be sort of unfortunate, but we could have an especially high turnover rate, which causes positive variance. This is, again, just a very simple static example showing the difference between the two scenarios in as basic a way as we could really lay out. There's a million different things that could happen in the future. I certainly acknowledge that.
Oh, okay, so I thank you for clarifying that it's assumes that we need to use 3.6 in each subsequent year versus a one-time use of 3.6, which is really the motion that's proposed. So if that were the only delta, we'd only be looking at a 37.8 year-end balance in 2032, reduced by 3.6 versus the 19.8 in your worst-case scenario.
Yeah, so, but yes, that assumes you're going to get 3.6 million more than you would have under any other circumstance. So somehow we're going to get 3.6 million specifically for this initiative.
It would. However, the motion that the board is considering is only a one-time request. It's not, we can always make adjustments year to year. This is an adjustment for the upcoming fiscal year. It's not to say in perpetuity, we're going to fund this. So if we don't identify the revenue, we could adjust this and not use fund balance in subsequent years. So what you're showing is really the long-term plan of using fund balance each and every year until 2032.
Correct.
Which is not what the board has proposed. What Mr. McMillian proposed is a one-time use to cover us through next year.
You know, in a simple sense, though, what that would mean is next year you would need to cut these same 3.6 million from somewhere in the budget, because certainly this initiative is not going to generate additional revenue. So whatever revenue we're going to get next year is going to be identical whether this motion gets approved or not. So no matter what, our position would be $3.6 million worse going into 28 that we would have to solve in the budget in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. Understand. Into 28. So I don't think the intent for the board is to encumber that long-term obligation of using fund balance year over year. I could be wrong, and I'll allow Mr. McMillian to speak to his motion, but I don't believe the intent is to use fund balance until 2032 each year of the 3.6. There's opportunity to identify cost savings. There's opportunity, as you said, we could encounter additional revenues to cover that. There are multiple possibilities. So I just wanted to be clear that the intent of the motion is not to use fund balance through every year through 2032, but rather to use it for 1 year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But I just want to add one last thing. No matter what, our expense base will be 3.6 million higher in perpetuity unless something gets cut, including
Understood.
these positions or something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tantliff.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Mr. Tantliff, the part that I think we're missing is we're starting with using 3.6 out of fund balance, but once we do that, that then locks us into that number as part of maintenance of effort, right? So every year going forward, we are stuck with, we will have that unless we do something like cut, correct?
Yes, because you have essentially think of it as like a mini funding cliff. You either have to use fund balance or something else as another revenue source to plug that in, or you would have a gap. So what you said is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. McMillian?
Mr. Tantliff, would you agree that the charts that you create, are they hypothetical kind of things?
They're not hypothetical, but they're static and simple. They're based on our current position. They're based on a reasonable projection for our expense variance per year. Certainly, our expense variance is not going to be identical year after year after year. It's really meant to just show the difference between the two scenarios. That's the key point, is you're cumulatively spending an additional 3.6. I think all I was saying is whatever the blueprint formula says we're going to get in 28 based on our enrollment this year in September, based on what the county can fund above maintenance of effort or above a year ago, those numbers will not be different based on whether we do this initiative or not.
Okay, but all of those are unknowns. right?
Correct, but they will be the same regardless of whether this motion passes or not.
Okay, now I'm concerned about my time. But all along, there's been a question about this 3.6 being less. You know, is that, you know, what is the actual figure for those librarians to stay out 2 periods, to stay in the library 2 periods? What's the actual number?
I think when staffing went through it, they thought 36 positions would be required. They could relook at it again, but that was where the figure came from. They thought system-wide for secondary, 36 additional teachers would be required. That's what that figure is based on.
Now, I had people say to me that it was in the 100.8 range or something like that.
Positions?
No. The money to actually fund that.
100,000?
No. 1.8 million.
Well, this
versus the 3.6. It was something less than the 3.6. It's just what
And
people
these
said
were
to me.
our,
So I
these
don't
were
know.
our staff, Mr. McMillian?
Excuse me?
These were our staff?
No.
Okay.
It was librarian people that have figured it, calculated some way. So the calculations were different. Okay? I want to take a second in what I've got time left, and I want to read something that somebody sent to me today real quick. For the 26-27 school year, I've been assigned to teach, of course I can't, God, it's ninth grade English. My certifications are in elementary education and library media. I'm certified to teach. I'm not certified to teach in secondary English language arts. At the same time, certified English teachers are being assigned to teach elective courses. So, you know, there's something else where people are, now, I have to take this for what it says, that people are being assigned classes that are not certified in, and that's something we've talked about wouldn't be done. And right here's an example of it's being done. So there's a lot of information out there that I just don't know how accurate it is, and whether, you know, the long term versus the short term versus the 3.6 versus the 1 point whatever. I mean, I think it's really interesting that there's a variety of information out there. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Rogers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. McMillian, for reading that email. As I indicated, we have 51 secondary media specialists. If you received that one email, I would either, if you're comfortable, you share the email so someone can follow up with the principal, because the guidance that's out is very clear. It is supposed to be aligned to the area of certification, and I believe we've sent that to the Board of Education, not only to the area of certification, or a class that holds no certification requirement. So that's clearly something that would need to be addressed.
So in a case like what I shared, where would that person be placed? If they're not certified, elementary education and library media services?
They would be placed either if they're in a upper level school and they're library media specialists. We have several classes that don't require a certification. And in that communication that we sent to the board maybe 2 weeks or 4 weeks ago, we listed what those courses were.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Teleski?
Thank you, and thank you to fellow board members for your comments. I also am a little perplexed about the 3.9 million, and just because there's been different numbers that have been floating around, but like for 51 secondary library media specialists that teach 2 periods. So it would be 102 periods that have to be covered. So then if you take that each full-time teacher, 1.0, teaches 5 periods a day, it would be roughly 20 teachers to cover. So then if you take that each of those 20 teachers makes approximately $100,000 a year, then that would be about $2 million. And I know I'm dealing with general numbers, but so many different financial impacts have floated around. So thank you for your clarification.
So again, we could take that back to HR staffing. Position management provided us with those details when they took a look at it. There's a variety of schedules at the secondary level. It would also, due to the contracts, there has to be planning time that's involved and so forth. So I think we would need to be very careful with any math. They're the ones that provided us as they do in position management, the 36 positions. As Mr. Tantliff said, we do equate 36 positions at roughly $100,000 per position on average, whether that's through salary and benefits, and that's how we've arrived at the $3.6 million. But that's, quite frankly, a question for staffing.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your clarification with that response. And then just one other comment regarding overall what this would require. In addition to teaching those 2 periods per day, the teachers do have to do planning, grading, communication with parents, documentation, data analysis, and a variety of other tasks. So just, that is something, just for us all to consider, is that in addition to the 2 periods of true instruction time, or those variety of tasks that all teachers complete. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Domanowski?
I just want to clarify, and the librarian teachers are not receiving any increase in salary for taking on these 2 additional classes that would equate to $3.6 million. Is that your?
I'm not aware of any additional salary as they're being paid as teachers already, or on the teacher scale
whatever
already.
their base salary is not going to change when they take on the 2 additional. Okay.
That is correct. It would be within their normal duty days.
So the federal government just released about $30 million in IDEA funds. Has that been added back to the budget? The funds that are being held from IDEA, from the federal government, are we adding those back into the budget?
I'm not familiar with the 30 million you're referring to, but I can follow up with special ed. I mean, we have IDA planned at what we expected to receive in the budget. I haven't heard about it being materially more than that, but it's a grant, and we will plan and spend exactly what we're awarded for that grant.
Are they going to adjust the numbers in the IDA grant to match what actually fits? I'm sorry, is there a problem? Okay.
Grants are all unknown when the budget gets proposed and adopted. I mean, they get known along the way, right? Grants have different award dates, and for grants, whatever the final award is, that is what the program manager will plan to.
But so there is a possibility that those grants would come to fruition and we'd have more money, and so that 3.6 million that we're taking out from library and not reimbursing them for the extra, we could have it.
Well, the example you gave would not be relevant for that, because IDEA only pays for specific special education services.
But couldn't some money that we were giving to special ed services through the general fund be moved in that sense?
There are times where we can swap out funds, but the situation would need to be looked at. There have been opportunities where we've been able to put people on grants to free up general fund, but those are limited, and we have to make sure we don't violate any rules of the grant.
So just for an example, I know I'm probably running low on time, but like third-party billing, it seems that we only supposed to have one FTEA there, right? We only pay one person in third-party billing.
No, we pay a lot of special ed positions out of third-party billing.
Right. So couldn't we do that? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why we couldn't figure out how to pay special ed. I know we do put some special education money from our general funds to cover what we don't get from the IDA. If we get that, we would be able to pay our
The vast majority of special ed spending is from the general fund, probably 90% of it.
Okay.
Maybe a little less than 90, but the vast majority. I mean, we have all the grants planned out to fully spend in this case, to support special education. I don't know if it's going to come in more than planned, but I think special ed always feels like they don't have enough money to.
I'm not trying to take money away from special ed. I'm just saying that there's a possibility that there's more money in grants that we're not prepared for, or we're not accounting for right now.
And that's true. There is also possibilities there's less. So I think we would have to take a look at what the award was compared to what they've already budgeted or prepared for in the budget.
I feel like it was significantly less this year than last year because we were concerned about about federal funding being withheld. That's all. Thank you.
Did you want to respond? Okay, Ms. Pumphrey, you haven't spoken on this yet.
I have two questions and a comment. My first question is about the wording of this motion as it's on the script. Is that the exact wording? Because I don't see dates in there or years.
Ms. Gover? Yes, that was taken from the last meeting, and there are no dates in there.
Okay. And my second question, or maybe a comment, is the wording of the motion also says reallocate up to 3.6 million. So if for some reason, my reading of this, and if I'm misunderstanding, somebody can let me know, my reading of the wording of this motion would mean that if for some reason that 3.6 million was inaccurate and it was lower, we wouldn't have to use that much from the enterprise fund, or if we found money somewhere else through whatever means, that could decrease the 3.6 million as well. So that this motion allows for that adjustment as necessary. Would everybody agree with that? Okay, and just one last comment. My concern is less with whether or not this particular motion, I have an issue with our original motion and the way that was put forward with the budget to the county executive for whatever reason, no one to blame, whether it's the way the board members worded the motion, whether it was the way the budget was presented. I think the will of the board, the intention of the board was clear. And the motion did pass. Regardless of how I feel about the issue at this moment, the will of the board was that this was to happen. And I would be saying that whether I voted yes or no on the first motion. So I'm taking that into consideration when I'm considering my vote for this motion as well. I think in the future that we definitely need to look at the way we're wording our motions and the way that we're presenting our budget to make sure that when board members make motions to adjust the budget, and those motions are approved by the board, whether you disagree or not, your vote was yes or no, that is a board decision, as we always discuss. When we make a decision, when we just vote on a motion, it's a board decision after that's done, whether or not you agree with it or not. And that's part of what I'm taking into consideration when I decide on this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, did you have something to say? No? Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Sandra. I'm just trying to get people who haven't spoken yet. Ms. Ngombe?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Dr. Rogers. So within my experience in high school and everything, our library media specialists have always taught courses in addition to being library media specialists. So I just wanted to know if that was like an out of the ordinary occurrence or something that just doesn't happen. I just wanted to hear from you and your experience.
Depending on the school, some library media specialists teach regularly. It was not consistent across Team BCPS, and over the last few years, again, to mitigate class sizes, we solicited input directly from our secondary administrators of where there was room to have certified classroom teachers in the classroom with students to reduce class sizes and not minimize offerings to the students.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that it had happened in the past and everything. So thanks for that.
Okay, Ms. Henn.
Thank you. I think I've got 25 seconds, so I'll be fast.
Okay.
So my colleague was asking about federal funds being reduced in this year's budget, and I believe what she was referring to were Title I and IDEA. There was a reduction of 29.6 to conservatively project an anticipated reduction in federal funds. What we found out was that Congress passed full funding, and I had asked about adjusting the 27 budget to account for that. And I don't believe that adjustment happened. Can you confirm or deny that that adjustment took place?
Ms. Hunt, we actually did take that into account. We work with the county executive, and I'm 90+% sure that the Title I grant did get increased somewhat over what was the proposed budget.
Do you know what that number was?
I don't
roughly?
have it in the top of my head.
More than 3.6?
What's 3.6?
More than the motion being discussed.
Potentially, yes.
And when we last discussed it, we were talking about how that could potentially be reallocated because we were using operating funds, the general fund, to fund those programs while we were unsure about the status of special revenues.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, thank you.
And Title I's highly restrictive, so if the grant gets reduced, then primarily the number of teachers supported by the grant would be reduced. So Title I, even though they were preparing for the worst, no teachers would have been displaced until they found out that they needed to be displaced because the grant came in lower. So after having that conversation, Ms. Stansberry looked at it again and felt comfortable increasing it by several $1 million over what was in the proposed budget, and the county executive incorporated that.
And where would I find those numbers? Which version of the budget as of now?
It would be in the adopted book.
The adopted does reflect that? Okay.
The adopted book hasn't been published yet, but it will be in there.
Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Ms. Frempong?
So I've heard about these funds that may potentially be available to us, and if they're available to us, then there's the money, I guess, that we're looking for, potentially. I don't know, because we're seeing slides just tonight about the differences, and then also hearing new information about these funds, as well as there's a budget book that hasn't been published. So I like to deal with numbers. I'm a visual person. I'd like to see things. Are we able to get that information? Are we able to see and understand how much is this extra money that's coming from the government? How much of that can be taken, applied to the special education? How much does that leave us available? And then we have a better understanding of maybe, is there some of that money left over that can then cover these positions, these LMS positions?
Well, I mean, the funds you're referring to are all restricted grants. So restricted grants have specific rules on how the funds get spent. I'd be speaking out of turn to say how, if there was an opportunity. Title I especially is very, very, well, they're all very restrictive. So where there's opportunities to take some positions off the general fund onto a grant, we do that. I couldn't speak to whether there's an opportunity to do that or not. I don't know if we've received the final awards yet.
So I'm not asking for us to do anything that's going to make us out of compliance. I understand these things are very restrictive, but if we haven't done any brainstorming yet and we don't know, how then can we make the decisions without fully knowing that information?
I can't answer that question. I think if I was a board member, I think the consideration is use 3.6 million of fund balance. That's the only definite option you have on the table. We could go look at grants. I think it's unlikely we're going to find significant amount of money that can be swapped out. There's a lot of needs for those grants, and that would take some time to do. So I'm not sure, when that information, it's a scattered group of information you're requesting, so I can't really respond to it here.
Dr. Rogers, would you be able to respond, I guess, with if we were interested in that information, a time frame?
Yes. So a few things that I was looking up. The first thing that I just want to make clear to the viewing public is there has been no extra money for IDEA announced by the state of Maryland or our state association, and the most recent communication with them was the end of the week. This is correctly stated from Mr. Tantliff in terms of Title I being restrictive, and the information that I have specifically from our Title I office is that the additional funding was less than $3.6 million, and it would be supplanting to use the funding for these positions. As was stated, Ms. Stansberry spoke clearly about the concern about having fewer additional teachers to support in Title I schools. So that's above the staffing formulas that we provide from the operating budget. The additional funding allowed for that not to be the case to the extent that she provided feedback when she came to present in front of the board, as well as Mr. Tantliff a few months ago. Please pardon me for looking down, but they're sending messages as this conversation is happening, and just want to make it very clear to everyone, while it is hypothetical that enrollment can boom, it is hypothetical that millions of dollars can come forward. Our data from the last 3 years in Baltimore County, in the state and federal government, indicate otherwise. Additionally, all of the work that has been done specifically on enrollment to find out the reasons why enrollment has not bounced back in its entirety from COVID, as well as the trends across the state. I believe the student counts book is posted. It goes into out years, and in that book, it does not have enrollment bouncing back. And again, just want to bring back to everyone's awareness, all formulas are based on the number of students that we have enrolled in school. And again, since I have the mic, the purpose was to mitigate the impact of increased class sizes to respond to the stakeholders' request for the full compensation package. So the purpose is never to take some adverse action towards a group of people. We have our athletic directors, we have our reading specialists, and a slew of other individuals who work in other capacities, who are certified teachers who take on 1 to 2 classes in order to help mitigate that impact and have the best and brightest people in front of our students.
Thank you. I think I saw other hands. Dr. Savoy. Sure, microphone on. It's okay.
Are Title I schools required to have a media specialist full-time?
All of our schools have one.
Full-time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I have a motion to amend.
Go ahead.
I want to add between the words "the" and "fund" 2026-2027, and after advisory for the 2026-2027 school year. And I put in the chat the rewritten, the motion, the motion as amended.
Okay, so let me just read the motion. So that BCPS reallocate up to $3.6 million from the 2026-2027 year fund balance to fund library media specialists in our secondary schools, to allow for the removal of additional instructional assignments, including advisory, for the 2026-2027 school year. This reallocation shall be done in a way that does not lead to additional staffing cuts or to decrease compensation package. And I believe Mr. McMillan seconded the amended motion. Do you want to talk to your amended motion?
I think my comments earlier reflected this. The motion itself, and that's why I asked for clarification if that was what was in the script, didn't reflect the school years. And so I think this also limits what we're doing to only have this in the budget for the upcoming school year, so that we can reevaluate if necessary, considering the financial implications that were shown to us this evening.
Okay. Well, I just have one question. What about sustainability after this year? So we're just taking care of it for 1 year, and then we'd have to come revisit it again?
That, to me, that's a compromise. And again, like I mentioned earlier, this is my vote on this is because of what our original motion was for and the intention of that. And it's regardless of whether my vote was yes or no on the original motion. When the board votes on a motion and makes a decision, it then is our board's decision. And I think that we need to make sure that we're remembering that when we make decisions moving forward.
Okay, thank you. There's Ms. Henn?
I
have a question and then a possible motion to amend the motion on the floor. My question is, do we need to specify the fiscal year 2027 budget rather than the school year, as it's a fiscal motion? And if so, I would make the motion to amend Ms. Pumphrey's motion so that it's crystal clear that we're talking about amending the fiscal year 2027 budget. For clarity, and this might be a question for either Mr. Tantliff or Mr. Burns, so that it's crystal clear what the board is looking to do.
So instead of saying 2026, 2027, you're saying FY '27.
FY 2027 budget.
I'm fine with that change if we just, if I can just concede to that.
Can she just?
Consensus, she can.
Okay. Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Other discussion? Mr. Young?
So even if we do this, once again, it becomes part of maintenance of effort. So then the next year, we would have to really figure out, okay, we've just allocated this money, hired these people that we may not be able to sustain. You know, the other thing my colleagues were talking about, the IDE funding, we can't just, that's dedicated just for special ed. So with that, we can't just, you know, once again, hire people to do library media specialist work. And we don't even know if that is covering everything that we need to, because the assumptions were made that maybe we pull people off the general fund and put them on that, but it may be a case of we may have more people on the general fund because that's not covering our needs also. Is that correct, Mr. Tantliff?
Yes, there's a range of possibilities there. But I think it's unlikely that any IDA would be able to be used this year to help solve this problem.
So really talking about IDE and special ed funds is not even relevant to this conversation.
Now, my recommendation would be fund balance is the source for consideration. That's the only thing we know is available.
Right, but whether that would be a sustainable option is, thank you.
Ms. Henn?
Thank you. Two comments in response to Mr. Young's comments. First of all, fund balance is primarily due to turnover savings and vacancies. So we wouldn't be looking at increasing maintenance of effort because we're not increasing maintenance of effort. We're using a fund balance that's comprised mostly of salaries that are due to available. It's a savings. Savings due to salaries that are already budgeted and part of maintenance of effort anyway. So we're not increasing maintenance of effort through this motion. My second comment is I looked up the numbers. The budget, the FY '27 budget was reduced by $10 million for anticipated reduction in Title I and IDEA formula funds. I have those numbers here if anybody is interested. So once those $10 million become available, the discussion was around the fact that those programs were being funded out of the general fund. So we could reallocate those once they're moved to the grant, and not immediately per se, but should we need to do those in the BAT mid-year, that would be available. And we're
Ms.
not
Henn,
increasing our use of fund balance.
I'm not clear on when you refer to we're using general fund to pay for some of the grant. None of that is occurring.
Then how are we paying for what paid for the grant this current year? Because in FY '26, our Title I and IDEA grant funding were $10 million greater than what we are projecting for FY '27 when we know our federal funding is flat. So what I had asked when we were discussing the budget was how are we funding those programs that were funded on a grant this year when we're projecting a $10 million reduction in federal funds for FY '27. And the response I recall, and I could be wrong, was that we are using general funds instead.
The grant managers don't react until they know what the final grant amount is. They have carryover, which gives them some flexibility. That can vary. So there's a lot of different tools in their belt. I believe the Title I number, though, did increase over the figure that I think you're looking at the proposed budget number. And so in the adopted budget, we did add, I don't know the exact figure, Dr. Rogers may have got that from Ms. Stansberry, but it was a few $1 million. So it's a little less than 10, but they're hoping that funding is flat to this year, and then they'll deal with that once they know what the final figure is. But nothing got moved to the general fund budget. Nothing will be freed up if the grant comes in as expected. There may be less teachers hired over the summer, but I think we would need to get feedback from the grant managers on exactly where things stand. But I don't believe any general fund will be freed up because of where the grants will finally come in.
Okay, and it was 2.6 for IDEA and 7.6 for Title I were the numbers.
Right, and Title I, I
looking at.
believe, is not dropping by that much now because it got increased for the adopted budget by the county executive.
By 7.6
No,
and 2.6?
part way there.
Okay, and as Ms. Frempong said, it'll be helpful once we can see the adopted budget, but it sounds like we may have some latitude, especially with the motion that's on the floor now by Ms. Pumphrey to do this for 1 year and revisit it after that. Thank you.
Mr. Million? And I thought I saw, but go ahead.
Mr. Tantleff, so the county executive passed the budget went over to county council, they passed the budget. So that maintenance of effort, that final total that the county council approved, that's our maintenance of effort for next year, correct?
Maintenance of effort only refers to local funding from the county. Grants are not included in that, and state revenue is not agreed. Okay. But the county executive did increase, the adopted budget had a significant increase over the proposed budget by the county executive. Superintendent was able to work with her, and that's how we were able to restore elementary teacher-to-student ratios, and they also covered some other gaps in health care and some shortfalls in the final state revenue number.
Okay, so then it went to the county council and they passed it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so fund balance, does that sit outside of that?
They approved $50 million of fund balance in the budget. So we can, we've appropriated for FY27 $50 million of fund balance. So between fund balance and just talking about general fund, you have state revenue, county revenue, and fund balance, and a teeny amount of federal revenue, which is really just for ROTC. All that revenue is in balance with the general fund budget. The only thing that, when they say maintenance effort, that only refers to county funding, the local amount that the county executive contributed.
Okay, so that 3.6, if it were to be 3.6, that's not calculated in the maintenance of effort.
You mean if you used fund balance
Yes.
for it? Fund balance does not go into maintenance of
Okay,
effort.
so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Zaleski?
Thank you. Just very quickly, I just want to thank all the board members for the great questions regarding the financial clarification. And thank you to Ms. Pumphrey for your comments regarding the intention of the board when we made our original motion and then passed that motion several months ago. Thank you.
Ms. Frempong?
So I think I want to actually just speak on that piece of it. So I think it is clear that when the board makes a motion and we approve motion by the majority of the board, that that's what the board has an expectation. However, I do look at this somewhat different because this was budget season and the budget was going to the county executive and then it goes to county council. We know that's the process for the budget. And so for me, when we talked about our LMSs and adding this additional money, my thought was that this money was going to be, I guess, covered by the money that we would get in the budget from county executive and county council. So we did get the extra money for our elementary schools and keeping those class sizes lower, which we said was a priority. We did not get this money. So it concerns me then to say, well, we didn't get the money at that level, so now we're going to dig into our fund balance for this money. That wasn't my understanding of what we were asking for when we made the motion for the budget. And I was a person who said, yes, I think we should have this money for our LMSs, but I thought we were getting it from the county. So I just wanted to make that clarification for myself.
Okay, Ms. Pumphrey?
I agree. I also thought we were going to get them, that was what our motion intended was to get the money from the county. However, I didn't think it was going to be a separate ask. And like I said before, I'm not blaming anyone for how that was presented. I thought it was going to be something that was reallocated through the budget before it was presented to the county executive. And maybe as board members, we should have made sure that that motion was clear when we did that. However, I think our intention was clear regardless of wording. So there's a fine line there of balance. But when I'm thinking about it, to me, it's still the intention of the board to fund this somehow. And this is the only way to do it at this point, since it wasn't presented the way it probably, or our motion wasn't worded the way it should have been, or it wasn't presented the way that we intended it to be presented to the county executive and the county council.
Thank you. Mr. McMillion.
My original motion used the word restore. After we went through the process, then it was recommended or advised that restore was a very generalized term when it comes to finances. So then and so it passed with the general terms, and then there were discussions on where the money was going to be, general kind of talks from this table on where the money was going to come. So I left the meeting thinking it was going to be worked out. I'm not the expert with the budget, you guys are, so I thought from what we were shared with us that it was going to be worked out. And then it turns out that it was that extra ask that the county executive cut. So now we were advised to make it more specific. So we did the date, we did the finance, where it's coming from. So my expectation is that we get the votes that we had before, and it moves on that way. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we are voting on Ms. Pumphrey's amended motion, correct?
Motion to amend.
Just the motion to amend. Okay. Yes, Ms. Frempong?
In the chat, it says 2020, 2027.
Well, right.
So that should just be,
FY 2027.
well, there's a 2020, 2027 up top, and then there's a 2026,
They both,
2027.
unless I'm misunderstanding, they both would be read FY
2026.
2027. The budget was called the FY 27 budget.
So in both places.
Both places.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Lichter,
Yes.
while there's things in the chat, I recommend that you reread the
It.
motion.
Okay. That BCPS reallocate up to $3.6 million from FY.
I'm sorry, point of order, but we're voting on the motion to amend, so shouldn't she just read the motion to amend?
Talking about
Okay,
your
thank you.
motion to amend with the consent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Which is, I'm reading what you put, but I'm changing the year, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
just wanted to be clear, thank you.
Okay. That BCPS reallocate up to $3.6 million from the FY 2027 fund balance to fund library media specialists in our secondary schools to allow for the removal of additional instructional assignments, including advisory for the FY 2027
Budget.
I think that one should have stayed the same,
The
right?
second
The
one
second one
should
should
stay
stay
the
the same.
Just the budget should be referred to.
My reading out loud monitored my, okay. Okay, say it again then, Ms. Pumphrey.
Let me go back to the original language so I can do this correctly. I move to amend the motion to insert fiscal year 2027 between the words "the" and "fund," and to add the words "for the 2026-2027 school year after advisory."
Okay, now, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Frempong?
Point of order, was there a second?
I thought Mr. McMillian made a second.
Sorry, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Mr. Gombe?
No.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey? Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 7.
Yes, so the motion to amend passes. So now we go back to the original motion as amended, or, okay, right. got that right. So may I have a roll call vote on the original motion as amended?
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 6.
Okay. All right. Our next item on the agenda, thank you, gentlemen. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call on Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns?
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, members of the board. This evening in closed session, the board reviewed and took action on 4 appeals: SDA 26-005, HEA 26-008, HEA 26-025, and HEA 26-030. Now would be appropriate time to affirm those actions.
Thank you. Board members, are there any separations on the votes of these 4 cases? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the action taken in closed session on hearing examiners cases SDA 26-005, HEA 26-008, HEA 26-025, and HEA 26-30, and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present.
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn? Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is new business board policies. This is the first reader for these policies, and for that I call Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept the committee's recommendation of the proposed changes to the following board policies: Board Policy 1200, Community Involvement; Board Policy 1210, Relationship with Parent, Teacher, Student Associations. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits N1 through N2.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations being requested? Ms. Pumphrey.
I'd like to separate 1210 for possible amendment.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policy 1200?
So moved, Henn.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board Policies Review Committee for Board Policy 1210?
So moves, Delusky.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? Ms. Pumphrey.
I have a motion to amend by, under Section 1, line 17, to insert the words "meaningful two-way" between effective and communication.
Second, Henn.
Thank you. Ms. Pumphrey, do you want to speak to your?
We heard from speakers this evening that requested that wording, and I felt like it made sense to place it there.
Okay. Any for Ms. Henn?
Yeah, I support this motion and the amendment, and thank the speaker for making the suggestion, and thank Ms. Pumphrey for her motion to amend the policy. This is feedback we've received consistently since my time on the board, and I think it's long overdue and belongs in this policy. So I thank my colleagues for the support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
I would ask Ms. Pumphrey, would you consider striking meaningful because of the subjective nature of it, and leave in the two-way.
Yes, I can, I'll agree to that.
Thank you.
Ms. Zaleski.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for that. I think if we can clarify what the two-way communication would entail, I think that that would be helpful, whether it's, like a time span in terms of a response, but I do think some kind of clarification would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, I'd like to speak to my second, as I supported the original wording that Ms. Pumphrey proposed and did not
Withdraw your second, right. So she withdrew the first, but you don't withdraw the second.
Not withdrawn. I have not yet withdrawn my second, and I support leaving meaningful in, because I think that it's important to avoid rote communication, and meaningful puts the onus on us as a board, as leaders of the system, to set an example that our communication is intentional. And I think that's a commitment that we need to make to all of our stakeholders. So I would ask Ms. Pumphrey if she'd reconsider her original motion. And for now, otherwise I would withdraw my second, because I feel like it's important to include meaningful.
Okay. I saw some other hands. Mr. Young?
Then I would put a motion to strike meaningful.
I think we have to, I think we're getting out of order here. So I'll leave meaningful and we can vote on that, and then we can, I think that would be the appropriate way to proceed, in my opinion. But if Ms. Zaleski would like me to, I don't know if I should answer her or respond to her before proceeding.
First, let's make sure we all, because can you put in the chat what the amendment is?
If I can find the chat, sure. Okay.
Okay. Motion to amend by adding the words meaningful.
Two-way, sorry, I missed the word.
Two-way between effective and communication in section 1, line 17. Once again, motion to amend by adding the word meaningful two-way between effective and communication in section 1, line 17. Okay, so we had that. We had a second. And then now we're still on discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think when we think about communication in this day and age, we're speaking primarily to email, and it's too easy to send robotic responses. And I'm thinking of out-of-office messages, of, automated, technology makes it too easy to sometimes lose the human factor that is so important to our stakeholders. We heard from several tonight that they feel that they're not being heard. And that's what I hear when I hear meaningful, that it brings the human factor back to what we are committing to when we talk about community engagement. So this is why I feel so strongly about including meaningful in, because it qualifies what type of communication the board is committing itself to, not automated emails back and forth. That serves no one. That doesn't serve our stakeholders. So I would ask for reconsideration of supporting, including meaningful in this. I know it's not technical, it's not specific. However, it does communicate our intent, and we need to be intentional with this. Words have meaning. We heard that tonight. And this conveys the meaning that we want our communications to be intentional and have value to our stakeholders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion? Mr. Young?
So just a clarification, Ms. Hen is not removing her second, so we're stuck with, we're going with meaningful two-way. I'm sorry, Ms. Hen. We're going with meaningful two-way, correct?
Correct. What I read, that Ms. Pumphrey wrote in the chat. Yes, we're going with meaningful two-way between effective and communication.
Okay.
Effective, meaningful two-way communication.
Okay, and I wanted to make a motion to strike meaningful.
Okay.
And
So your motion to amend Ms. Pumphrey's.
I think we should, point of order, I think that we should take care, Mr. Burns could advise, but I feel like we could vote on the First Amendment, and depending on how that vote goes, that's when we would just, Mr. Young would make his amendment to strike, or he may not need to amend at all.
Okay.
But I also wanted to answer Ms. Zaleski's question before we voted on the
Okay,
motion
let me
to
get
amend.
Mr. Burns to answer the procedural.
First, as a point of order, if someone's seeking to amend an amendment motion that's on the floor, they need to say, I move to amend the motion, and say exactly how they intend to amend it. That hasn't actually happened yet.
actually, I said that.
We did that, no?
Strike, that's not a motion to amend.
I believe I said I move to amend the motion by striking.
That's what I wanted to get out on the record, and then that needs to be seconded.
Mr. Burns, can I clarify again, please? But the first motion to amend was from me, and I did motion to amend by adding in the
Yes.
words. Okay, thank you.
Talking about this is now a second amendment motion to amend yours, which needs to be seconded, if it's
Okay.
going to proceed to discussion.
Okay, but one second, because Ms. Pumphrey's question was, do we vote on hers before we add Mr. Young's to it? You're saying, no, go to Mr. Young's.
There's been a motion to
Okay.
amend the motion that's on the floor.
Okay,
That has not been seconded yet.
okay. So is that, would you say it one more time, Mr. Young?
I move to amend the motion by striking the word meaningful.
Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Young's amendment?
I'm sorry, but I still have a point of order. He's said he's moving to amend the motion. He's not moving to amend the motion. He's moving to amend the amended motion.
The motion on the floor is only the amendment motion. He's moving to amend the motion on the floor. That's it.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Only
That-
your motion
that-
is.
that-
only
That,
your
that
mo-
clarified for me your wording there, thank you.
So we're still waiting for a second, though, correct? Okay. So is there a second to Mr. Young's? Okay, so Ms. Frempong just seconded. Do you want to speak to your
Yes.
amended motion?
Once again, as I said earlier, meaningful is subjective. So, no, we're not talking about just a out of office or thank you, we received your message. But what is meaningful to someone, can be, it's different based upon your perspective. So what may be meaningful to, say, Ms. Pumphrey, I may view that as useless. So that's why I say let's take out the meaningful.
Thank you. Ms. Zaleski?
Thank you. So I completely understand Ms. Hen's point. I completely understand Mr. Young's point. Could we possibly come up with an alternative word that would achieve both purposes? So while we're discussing, that's just something maybe we all can possibly think about so that we sort of can achieve both those objectives. Thank you.
So you want to amend the amendment?
No. I mean, possibly. I'm just thinking, okay, they're both making their points. Maybe
Okay.
we can come up with some kind of compromise with,
Okay.
so, but
And-
not at this point, just
Okay.
something for people to think about.
Okay. And my question for the discussion is, this policy is about parent-teacher student association community involvement, correct? The one that we are talking about, specific to parent-teacher student associations and their communication with us, right? It's very specific. Am I missing something? That's what it's for? Okay. All right, Ms. Frempong.
Thank you, Ms.
Ms. Lichter, that's actually where I was going.
Okay.
I pulled up the rule that actually accompanies this policy, and the rule talks more so about what the duties of the school principal are, and again, about maintaining the close working relationships with the schools, and that the schools and PTSA exist to promote student achievement. So then there's also guidelines that are laid out within the rule. So all of these guidelines that are laid out are, again, between the school and the PTSA. So I don't know, when we're talking about this meaningful two-way communication, if the thought was that it was between the board
Right.
and the public. I don't know that this is the policy for that, or at least the rule doesn't match up with that.
Right, that's why where I was going. Thank you for eloquently saying that. Ms. Pumphrey?
So the point here is, if this policy changes, the rule will change. So that whole paragraph from lines 15 to 25 is new. That's why it's all in caps. And it says the Board of Education of Baltimore County is committed, blah, 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 blah. So once this policy changes, in all likelihood, the rule will also have to change to include that, something that references that Board of Education language.
Ms. Frempong?
Right, but in all of our policies, it typically says the Board of Education, because we're the people who determine policy. So I don't know that that specifically means, though, that this particular body, as the Board of Education, was going to be engaged in that, or they were saying as a system, when we talk about the school and PTA, this is what we determine we want it to be.
Okay, any further comments? Okay. So we are,
This is-
oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The secondary motion.
right, we are on Mr. Young's.
That's correct.
Can you read it for us, Ms. Gover? I'm sorry, Ms.
He's amending the motion that's on the floor to strike meaningful.
Correct? Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Dulesky?
This is to strike. I'm sorry.
Strike the word
Don't be
meaningful.
sorry, it's hard to follow. We're striking the word meaningful from what Ms. Pumphrey had said. So where it was meaningful two-way communication, it would just say two-way communication.
Okay.
If you vote yes for Mr. Young's amendment.
So if I vote yes, it strikes meaningful.
Yes, if you vote no, it leaves it.
No. Okay, thank you.
So what are you voting?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No. Okay, now we're back to Ms. Pumphrey's amended motion to add the two-way meaningful communication. Or I got to go back to the team thing, but hopefully y'all, what was it? To add the words meaningful two-way between effective and communication in section 1, line 17. May I have a roll call vote, please? Oops, Ms. Pumphrey.
I just wanted to respond to Ms. Zaleski's
Oh, I'm
comment,
sorry.
which
Go
was
ahead.
part of this motion.
Right.
And that's just that, I think the idea here is to keep this broad, because we don't know what that communication is going to involve, and those details about timing, et cetera, would be something that would be more appropriate for a rule instead of a policy.
Okay, now we need a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Oh, well, now I have to do the thing before the thing, right? Oh, I moved my cursor to the next agenda.
Crazy.
Okay, so we ready for a roll call vote on the original as amended? 1210 as amended.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are we finished policies? Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is contract awards, and for that I call Mr. Young, Chair of the Building Contracts Committee.
Members of the board's Building and Contracts Committee met on Monday, June 8th, 2026. Items 01 through 07 were forwarded to the full board for approval. I request to separate contracts 1 and 2.
Okay. Are there any other separations? You came back, Ms. Pumphrey. Any other, so we're going to vote. Any other separations other than 1 and 2? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve items 1 and 2? Don't do 1 and 2 first? Oh, okay. Do I have a motion to approve items 3 through 7?
So moved, Frimpong.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Any discussion on items 3 through 7? Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Doleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve items 1 and 2?
So moved. Stoleski.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Any discussion on items 1 or 2? May I have a roll call vote, please? That's okay. We've thrown you lots of curveballs.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Doleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey? Sorry. Mr. Young?
Recuse.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is new business, naming or renaming an area. For that, I call on Dr. Jones. Good luck, Dr. Jones.
Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, members of the board, and Superintendent Rogers. I appear before you this evening to present a proposal in accordance with Rule 7530, Section A, to rename the Perry Hall High School softball field in honor of Sandy Trimble. As a former student athlete, Sandy exemplified good character, dedication, and sportsmanship. The Trimble family will provide funding for a commemorative plaque to be mounted on the dugout side of the field. If approved, the softball field at Perry Hall High School will be named the Sandy Trimble Field. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the renaming of the existing softball field at Perry Hall High School in memory of Sandy Trimble as presented in Exhibit B?
So moved. Ms. Henn?
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Okay. Any discussion, Mr. McMillion?
Do they actually have softball dugouts at Perry Hall?
There is a picture on the.
I was going to say.
There's a picture in the.
There's a picture that indicates that that's where the plaque will be hung, but I'll let Dr. Grimm share.
They have dugouts of sorts. They have the fencing, and they do have a covered enclosure.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Doleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Mr.
I-
Young? Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Emphatically, yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you're trying to make sure we're all paying attention there. It's okay. Thank you. It was approved. Oh, okay. The next item, oh, no. Q. We got a new Q. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the Dumbarton Middle School gymnasium floor. 7330.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
Good evening again, Board Chair Lichter, members of the board, and Superintendent Rogers. I bring before you this evening the proposal in accordance with BCPS policy and rules 7330 to refinish the gymnasium floor at Dumbarton Middle School. The donation is being provided by Towson Recreational Council Incorporated and will fund the refinishing of the gymnasium floor at an estimated cost of $40,074.73. This 7330 project will enhance the safety, appearance, and functionality of the gymnasium and will directly benefit the Dumbarton Middle School community. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Okay. Did I already ask for a motion to approve? What? It's in the script. Okay. I didn't refresh because I didn't have time. Okay. Wait a second, waiting for Q to come up. Yes. You see it under P. Trying to mix me up too?
Under P? It's Q.
Under Q for me.
P was 7530.
It's Q, Mr. Young. Now you're... Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the special project for Dumbarton Middle School, including a gymnasium floor as presented in Exhibit Q?
So moved, Frimpong.
May I have a second?
Second, Degumbe.
Thank you. Any discussion on Exhibit Q? Mr. McMillian.
Dr. Grimm, the high schools are on a rotating basis for the floors to be resanded and surfaced, finished. Are the middle schools also on that kind of cycle?
They are, but they are not on the same timeline, a cycle as the high school. The high schools are done much more frequently. The middle schools are not done nearly as frequently as the high schools.
Any idea the last time Dumbarton was done?
I don't recall, but I believe it's been approximately 15 years or more.
Did you actually inspect that floor yourself? I'm curious.
I did not. I've seen pictures of that floor, as I have some of our other middle school floors. We're very happy to work with the Towson Recreational Council to do this because it will benefit our students.
Yeah, it's $40,000, a lot of money.
It
Thank you.
certainly is.
Any other discussion? Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Jalewski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Approved. And please thank the Towson Recreation Council on our behalf. So that's a huge donation. So thank you. The next item on the agenda is the public charter school, and for that I call on Dr. Mullenix. Puzzle Pieces Charter School.
Good evening.
Good
evening. Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and board members. I'm here seeking action regarding the Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy, or PPLA, charter. The charter for Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy was presented to the board on March 25th, 2025, approved on April 16th, 2025, and fully executed in August 28th of 2025. As part of the executed charter, the school identified 4414 Wilkins Avenue in Baltimore as its instructional site and agreed to notify Baltimore County within 30 days of becoming aware of any condition that could cause the school to vary from the terms of the agreement. Since that time, 4 separate failure to pay rent cases were filed against, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought, against the school in district court between November 25th and November 2025 and April 2026. BCPS was not notified of these matters as required under Section 12.1 of the agreement. Upon learning of these circumstances, the Office of Law and Division Leadership sought assurance that the school had resolved these matters and remained capable of opening for students in the 26-27 school year. Despite multiple communications and opportunities to respond, BCPS did not receive sufficient information demonstrating the school's ability to proceed with opening preparations. More concerning, More concerning and of great significance, the Office of Law received written confirmation that PPLA was evicted from 4414 Wilkins Avenue in Baltimore on June 3rd, 2026, leaving Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy without a location from which to operate. While I recognize Campfield Early Learning Center was possibly proposed, I want to remind the board that the Campfield Early Learning Center was approved to be used for the new Northwest CTE Center. Based on the information available, administration is recommending immediate revocation of the charter pursuant to Section 16.6 of the charter, which authorizes immediate revocation under certain circumstances identified by this county board. The school's eviction from its designated facility, coupled with ongoing concerns regarding its fiscal condition, raises significant doubts about its ability to secure, renovate, and obtain the necessary use and occupancy approvals for a new location before the start of the 26-27 school year. Immediate action is necessary to provide timely notice and enrollment options for families and minimize disruption to prospective staff. Therefore, administration respectfully recommends that the board approve the immediate revocation of the charter for Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy.
Thank you. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions of Ms. Dr. Mulnix? So I have just one clarification. You said in the beginning there was 4 court, what did you say, 4? There were actually 4 court cases, 4 separate failure to pay rent cases And that
were filed between November of 2025 and April of 2026.
But that had nothing to do with BCPS.
Nothing to do with BCPS. It was failure to pay their rent.
Okay, and you said that they were supposed to inform us, that's in the contract? Okay.
Yes.
But how did we find out?
We found out from a third party, and once we did public records, it was in public records.
Thank
and
you.
then we received written communication that they were evicted on June 3rd.
From
that
Puzzle
location,
Pieces?
from the location at Wilkins Avenue.
Not from Puzzle Pieces, from the people they were going to rent from?
Yes, so Puzzle Pieces was renting from the Archdiocese at Wilkins Avenue. They did not pay their rent for 5 months. I'm looking at Valerie. 5 months. After the 5th month, they executed the right for eviction, and the eviction went through on June 3rd of 2026.
Have they been told about Campfield Early Learning Center's plans, that BCPS plans to use it for a CTE center? Because that was written in the correspondence that they feel that that's what they can use.
Yep, I'm not sure where Puzzle Pieces thought that they could use Campfield, because that had already been approved by the board to be used for the Northwest CTE Center. So I'm not sure exactly where they came up with that idea.
Okay, has anybody informed them since they wrote that last message?
We have not informed them since they wrote that last message.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Henn?
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Mulnix. 16.7 of the charter agreement reads that BCPS shall issue a notice to intent to revoke from the county board's designee. Such notice shall be provided to the charter school in writing and must outline the facts and causes in support of the revocation. And 2, provide the charter school with an opportunity to respond to the causes in the revocation notice within 15 days of receipt. So if the board were to accept the recommendation of your team and approve that, would that trigger the intent to revoke, and would Puzzle Pieces have a chance to respond before we would make a final decision on the revocation, or what would happen next?
So we already sent a letter with our intent to make that recommendation to the board. That was about 15 days ago. I have to look back at the letter to make sure it was dated. The correspondence that you received, I believe it came through the email, that was her response to that letter of revocation.
Was the official board's intent to revoke?
That was, yes. So that was our recommendation, that we were coming here today to ask for revocation, and then her response came to you via email. Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If the board was to ask to grant a 1-year extension to them, what would the implications be for the system?
I can't speak to the implications, but I do have grave concerns, considering this is all fiscally all based on fiscal issues. So I'm not sure how that will impact the school system. They have made some allegations that we promised things that we have not promised. There's nowhere in writing. It's not in their charter. Based on conversations that I've had with Mr. Tantliff and Mr. Grimm, Dr. Grimm, none of those promises have been made anywhere that anyone's aware of. So I'm a little bit concerned about the transparency of puzzle pieces at this point, because they have not made us aware of, even at this point, even the fact that they have been evicted.
So when the speaker this evening talked about the 1.5 million that they thought they were going to get to do the planning and the startup, that was not part of the contract.
That was not part of our contract. They actually received a letter today that it was a grant that they got. They also made allegations that we said that we would give per pupil funding, which obviously you can't give per pupil funding when you don't have pupils enrolled. So that was a false allegation as well.
So if we did give them the year extension, they would still not receive any funds from us until they open in fall of 27, 28.
Correct. And they would also have to find a new location because they've been evicted, and obviously, again, Campfield is not an option for them.
Okay, thank you. Did I see somebody else's? Okay. Ms. Zaleski.
Just a very, very quick question. So adding on to that, if we gave them the one-year extension, it would not guarantee the approval. It would just be giving them the additional year to try. Like a low, it would be a no risk to us option.
I don't think I would say it would be a no risk to us because we could likely be in the same exact situation next year and have to inform parents again that we are not going to be moving forward with the opening of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dominowski.
Just want to know, do you know offhand how many parents believed or were told that they would be going to this school?
We believe there are 60 parents.
60? Okay, thank you.
Is that BCPS telling them, or is that Puzzle Pieces?
That's Puzzle Pieces telling us that there are 60.
Okay, so we had nothing to do with the
enrollment.
The enrollment. Okay. Okay. Is there any board member that wishes to make a motion, or?
I do want to add to Ms. Henn, if I can, they can appeal to the state board after this. So I don't know.
Okay, so, all right. So then, based on Dr. Mullenix's presentation, she's asking for us to immediately revoke Puzzle Pieces charter. I know the name is longer. Puzzle Pieces.
Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy.
Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy's charter. So do I have a motion to immediately revoke Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy charter? Okay, let me try this another way. Do I have a motion to grant a one-year extension to Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy charter?
So moved, Frimpong.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Zaleski.
Any further discussion on a one-year extension? Oh, can I amend my motion to a one-year extension with quarterly follow-ups? I don't know what the word follow-up, quarterly monitoring of what? We don't need that in the motion. We don't need that in the motion.
Chair Lichter, would the board permit board counsel to come to the dais and
Yes, I
speak to your motion?
Yes, we permit you
Thank
to come to the dais.
Chair Lichter.
Yes.
Chair Lichter,
Yes.
Dr. Rogers, members of the board. Before you move too far with the motion that you propose, just remember, extension can be interpreted a lot of ways. I'd recommend to the board that if you're going to do anything like that, that your motion be framed around amending the charter agreement to modify the date that they plan to open school. Meaning, the only thing you're doing is changing the target date for the school opening. Extending someone a year can sometimes mean something different. So I just think you should phrase it around amending the charter agreement, whatever it is the board wishes to do.
So could you give us your advice on what that would sound like?
Yeah, I think the board you could make a motion to amend the charter agreement to change the school opening date from fall of the 26-27 school year to fall of 27-28 school year.
Okay, so since I made it, can I just say I changed my
You
mind?
can withdraw.
I withdraw my original motion. So the new motion would read to amend the charter agreement of Puzzle Pieces Learning Academy to agreement to change school year opening from 26 to 27 to 27, 28. Okay, is there a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Okay. Any discussion on, go ahead. Ms. Frempong?
No, again, I guess point of order, because I had made the motion and then Mr. Lusky seconded, and then your motion was going to be to change.
Oh, I thought you second
the-
my, I thought I made the motion and you,
I said so moved, and then
Right.
Mr. Lusky,
okay.
right?
Yes. I'm trying to amend the motion that you,
Right. It's, only thing right now you're doing is amending a motion,
Okay.
right?
Uh-huh.
So the actual motion is to amend the motion on the floor
Mhm.
to make that change.
okay, to amend the motion to change the school year from 2026, 27 to 27, 28.
Because the primary motion was what?
To grant the year extension.
Right.
We're just, okay.
And
So,
you're modifying the motion that was made and seconded.
okay, so somebody did just second that. Felicia did, okay. Yes, so first we would vote on the amendment that includes the school years in it.
That's correct.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we have to vote on the original motion as amended.
Correct.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burns, did you want to say something?
Yep, just the board's, I want to confer with the board right now and make sure we do the right thing. Do I have the board's permission to work with the staff to amend the agreement and obviously communicate with the charter school and amend the agreement as necessary to reflect that change that you've approved?
Yes, can I have consensus for the request that Mr. Burns just said?
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the report on the ERP system, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Lichter, members of the board. Coming forward are members of our ERP team to provide a robust update on this project. Dr. Grimm, I think, oh, it says Dr. Rogers will get us started. All right, once we put the slide up. Want to remind everyone the Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, better known as Oracle, it is our platform that provides integrated business services. So all of our communication end to end is run through our ERP project. As you guys know, 3 years ago, BCPS had a lot of work occurring behind the scenes by individuals working in the financial department, in human resources, in payroll, and other areas where there was a lot of manual processes in place. Our vulnerabilities were exposed, or I should say exacerbated, by the cyber attack, and to keep weekly payroll running for an organization of our size, there was an inordinate amount of work taking place by members of our teams. This team has come together over 3 years to move this project forward. It has been a huge undertaking, moving a school system our size, 25th largest in the nation with 20,000 employees, moving from a highly paper process with fax machines and things of that nature, and weekly payrolls and paying people in advance of when they worked, is going to experience some period of transition, and for some discomfort in moving to industry standard. And so I do want to thank this team for their steadfast commitment to moving BCPS forward and partnering with many stakeholders to make sure that everyone had access to information, training, and resolving problems as soon as possible. And you will hear soon enough how making sure how they have worked as a team to make sure that the problems were few and far between, but also want to highlight that in all organizations, large and small, there are sometimes actions that either take place by individuals or by a system that trigger another response. And so the team will speak to that in detail. So I turn it over to Mr. Corns.
Evening, Chair Lichter, members of the board. So as a reminder, we are in our project year 3, phases 1 and 2, which were our human capital and payroll, went live on July 1st of 2025. That is the first payroll that was generated in BCPS in another system other than our previous in 20 years. So a rather monumental changeover with a lot of moving parts. As Dr. Rogers mentioned, we went from multiple pay cycles down to one and all in pay and arrears. Our current phases, we are in the middle of phase 3, 4, and 5. You'll notice they're broken out in 2 different phases. The Oracle module is referred to as EPM, but it's basically our budgeting module that allows staff to go in and build the budget for next year. That will go live slightly earlier than the finance and procurement packages, simply so that we're ready for the normal budget cycle that starts around September. Then phases 3 and 5, which are finance and procurement, will be going live on October 6th of 26. Again, with the modules underneath of these initiatives, you can see on this slide, and I won't read it to you, that the HR and payroll go live, which started on July 1st, contain the modules listed under the blue, with the budget and finance go lives, including all of those modules underneath, starting on August 17th for the budget part, and then the rest going live in October. And then post go live, this actually applies to HR and payroll and finance. We are using vendor support through managed services. We're continually using Oracle training through Oracle themselves, and we've contracted with our implementer to do something called TAS, or testing as a service, so that Oracle, as they patch on a quarterly basis, we are receiving reports as to how that new module patching will impact our implementation. So with that, I'm going to turn this to Dr. Grimm.
So good evening again. This slide depicts, because I think it's important that we think it's important that we go back a little bit. We often hear about what is not happening in Oracle, but we had some of the same problems in CGI. We just had CGI for a much longer period of time. We had it for over 2 decades, as Mr. Korn said. And so with that, there were a lot of workarounds. People knew how to work the system. They knew how to manipulate it in ways to ensure that they were maximizing its potential in CGI. As was also noted, we were running weekly payroll. So every week, someone was getting paid in BCPS. We had some employees on 1 week cycle, other employees on the next week cycle, and believe it or not, we had other employees that got paid every week because of their job position. So when there was an error or another issue, payroll was really on a continual hamster wheel. They were initiating and engaging in pay every week, including those holiday weeks. As you're going to see on the next slide, and as Mr. Corns also said and the superintendent said, we shifted that model with the implementation to Oracle to put everyone in arrears and everyone on the same pay date, which is a significant shift when you're paying over 19,000 employees. Back with CGI, we were very paper-heavy onboarding and human capital management. We had 4 different systems: Frontline, CGI, Silk Road, and other manual tracking that we were using, all to onboard our staff. And so we've been able to streamline some of those practices. Data entry was inconsistent, along with decision-making that was not based on sound and consistent practices. Offices were siloed. So what we had was there were decisions that were being made. There were not only expenditures, but reports that were being tracked, workbook to workbook, spreadsheet to spreadsheet. And as Dr. Rogers said, some of these issues were highlighted when we experienced the ransomware attack, and those data were lost because they were in several different places and they were not often brought together. So in the old system, again, we had a lot of moving parts with people doing different things and making decisions based on their specific office needs. There were a lot of human errors based on these human consistencies, which obviously lead to risk. When you don't have a standard SOP, you don't have a system that integrates all these processes together, it can lead to problems. So we, again, lacked continuity. And we had end of life software issues that we were beginning to with CGI. Mr. Corns and I have this conversation frequently. For those of you that remember Kevin Smith, former CAOO, we used to talk about how BCPS was the biggest mom and pop shop you'd ever see, a multi-billion-dollar mom and pop shop. And so what was happening in payroll was disparate from what was happening in human resources, whether that was staffing or benefits. That was different than what was happening in payroll. And so for the same type of procedure or the same type of action or record change for an employee, you might have multiple different ways that was occurring in CGI. Next slide, please.
Good evening again. Long gone are the days where we had Frontline, where an applicant would actually apply in Frontline, go through onboarding on Silk Road, and then from there, their information is put into CGI. So from hire to exit, an employee can actually put their information in through Oracle. So at this point, staff now utilize Oracle throughout the entire life cycle. This includes managing both external as well as internal applicants through the Oracle Recruiting Cloud, extending electronic offers, and then guiding new hires through onboarding journeys. Okay. As an employee of Team BCPS, our employees have access to Oracle Employee Service Module. And on this platform, it provides real-time employment details to include compensation info. That would also include their pay slips, so employees can actually see their pay slips on through the employee self-service. Position changes, time off balances, whether or not how much time they have for vacation leave, whether or not it's urgent personal business or sick leave. In addition to that, benefits enrollment info. Employees can also access not only through their desktop, but also through the Oracle app. So they have that capability as well.
Some other improvements that we have that we're excited about are for open enrollment. So this is our first year where we're able to have open enrollment fully automated, where employees no longer have to utilize the paper format as it relates to making their changes and submitting that to our office to key in. Outside of our open enrollment period, employees are also able to submit their qualifying life events as well, fully through Oracle. As well as the leave reporting codes that Mr. McCall just mentioned. We have enhanced codes nowadays where The employees can list if there's documented absence, if it's undocumented absence. It also allows for better reporting, particularly with Family and Medical Leave Act. Employees can also manage their supplemental retirement accounts, fully automated now. And so, to give you some context, before, employees had to fill out a form, they had to submit it to our office via email or drop it off, and then our team had to key it in. And keep in mind, for the supplemental retirement accounts, you can make changes at any time. So you can start, you can stop, you can increase, you can decrease. So each time, that was a paper format. Now employees can simply do that online. However, with these improvements and enhancements, and we have over 15,000 benefit-eligible employees, 2% of our employees have had some disruption as it relates to their health care. And we have two primary challenges that happen, whether it was their retirement contributions not being timely deducted, or if it was the fact that they were mistakenly terminated for their health care coverage. However, when we are notified, when we find out, we do correct that immediately. As has been mentioned, that issue is not an issue just because of Oracle. And so, to give you an example, in our legacy system now, we also experience that as well with our technology interfaces. So just wanted to put that out there as well. I think I'm turning it back over to you.
Hold on, before you go to that next slide, just to add on to that, to add on to what Mr. Hodge was saying, we meet as a weekly, we were meeting weekly, we now meet bi-weekly as a payroll support team. And that team not only includes the Office of Payroll, it includes other arms as well, human resources benefits, human resources staffing, position management, all joined together. We keep a running list that the payroll supervisors have of any issues and what was reported. And through that collaboration and interaction, we've been able to identify issues that employees or groups have brought forward to us about what they're seeing or what they're experiencing in the new platform. It's also given us the opportunity to track down why different issues occur. Again, with our employees interacting with a system for almost 20 years in some cases, shifting to a system that we've only had for about 11 months is a significant change. So that's our staff interacting with it. We went from dozens of payroll issues at the very beginning of the year, and again, they were grouped in categories, as Mr. Hodge said, to now we are down to 1 to a handful each pay period. Again, when we are notified of them, we put into motion, we investigate what triggered the event and what happened for the employee. Sometimes it is something that the employee did with a change in their record. Sometimes it's something that happened in the system that was triggered not because of something that they did, but because of possibly a new enrollment, not a new benefit enrollment, but perhaps they took on a second role here in BCPS, and their record changed. So we've been able to grow in strides in that area as well, and we have onboarded this year a few persons, particularly in HR, who have quickly become experts on the Oracle platform, and they're developing their skills.
All right, so there's a bit of historical knowledge when it comes to the state of Maryland. They are working on a unified data system, and once that was occurring, they did a poll of all school systems to find out what systems they were on to integrate with, both student information as well as ERP. Prior to our implementation, we were with one other school system on our legacy system. We felt it was important for the board to understand that there are currently 6 school systems that are using Oracle, or soon to use Oracle in Prince George's County's case, which will constitute about 60% of the student population being impacted by an Oracle using school system. We've listed them here for you to see. And so the reason that's important is because it gives us scale of means where we can collaborate. As recently as yesterday, I've collaborated with another school system. They ask about their implementation and how they've done work. And so this gives us the opportunity to work together. A local user group is being built for Maryland school systems to interact. So this kind of gives you the feel of the number of school systems and the size of that. Given there are 23 LEAs, this number 6 isn't as impactful as the fact that we have almost 60% of students represented. We reached out to some the other school systems to find out what their implementation costs were. We tried to list them as best as possible with timely responses. Prince George's County has selected Oracle as their go live, but they have currently just started their RFP for the implementation, so we didn't have any numbers yet for them. So with all of that, I'm going to head back to Dr. Grimm, I believe.
Thank you. So this last slide that we have for you this evening is a breakdown, and Mr. Tantliff's going to go over a summary of the numbers. But we did want to point out that the original spend authority that was approved by the board in 2023 was for $27 million implementation. And as you can see in the previous slide, there are 2 of the districts that have moved to the implementation. One just had Oracle and moved to the cloud, was over that mark. Another is over $41 million in implementation costs at this time. Next month, the board will be receiving a request through Building and Contracts to increase the spending authority for the overall implementation by $8 million that will extend through 2028. And there bulleted are the reasons for that increased spending authority. And we can detail or answer any questions that you have about each of those. But essentially, some of this has been learned as we have, again, implemented phases 1 and 2, and as we continue to implement phases 3, 4, and 5. Part of this request is for a contingency of resources. Others include some of the managed services, additional hours we've needed for reporting and so forth. And at this time, Mr. Tantliff's just going to quickly go over the summary.
Dr. Grimm summarized it very well. You can see on the sheet, a project of this scale, it's very hard to predict what the overall system cost is going to be in the beginning, because there's so many unknowns that come up and get tackled as we get into the project. So, our vendor does the best they can with the requirements that we define up front to outline what the costs might be. But as we get into, there are certain levels of support we need that go longer than originally anticipated, more contractual employees to support the initiative so that our employees can work almost full-time at times on the project. And the sum of all of those things, as Dr. Grimm mentioned, will come up to about $8 million that you'll see next month to increase our contract authority to $35 million. And one thing of note, the contractors on the budget are not they're part of the project expense, but they're not part of what we're talking about with the contractual authority, which is just what we pay to IBM, which includes the Oracle subscription fee. Thank you.
Okay, questions from board members? You got us at a late point, I guess. Ms. Henn?
Thank you. One of the issues that was mentioned that's probably the most concerning that I've heard has been the insurance terminations. And I think, Dr. Grimm, you may have mentioned that, or sorry if I got
Can you say that again?
The insurance terminations that, or perhaps Mr. Corns mentioned it, that was not specific to, I'm sorry, Mr. Hodge, that was not specific to Oracle, but that existed on the legacy system as well. Have we identified the root cause, and can you speak to how we're addressing those?
Yes, so we have what the main cause is because of our technical interfaces that happen. And so when our files are going over from BCPS to the carriers, something could be different in the column, it could be an extra character, and it will cause the file to fail. That's been consistent from our legacy system as well. Something that's new in our current system is, for example, an overage dependent. And so if an overage dependent was to fall off when they turn 26, and the system is not able to move that tier, so if they're in a family and now they're dropping down to two adults, or they're dropping down to parent and self only, then the system, we have to manually override that. And so to answer your question about the fixes, absolutely. So all of the issues, the two primary ones that I mentioned, as well as others, we have manual fixes in place, and we're working with our teams, of course, for permanent solutions.
Okay, so perhaps you can debunk a myth, or what I'm hearing then in terms of, the rumor mill that's out there, which is that Oracle is not designed to support some of our use cases, including multiple roles in the system or multiple pays, and I think that is something that someone mentioned. So for instance, stipends that our educators receive, and if they're on multiple pay cycles, that could be one of the root causes. And I don't know if it's of this particular problem or not, but that is one thing that I'm hearing, and that other school systems are having the same issue, and that neither Oracle nor the school systems teams have come up with a fix for that.
So I'll begin to answer that question. With the 5 different bargaining units, we have 5 very unique circumstances that are programmed into Oracle. Those unique circumstances were also somewhat programmed into CGI. And when I say somewhat, there were lots of manual changes that had to happen in CGI. And again, we were running a different type of payroll every week, and really every other week in that system. And so one of the things that we found is that the way that the system has been programmed, so it's not the system itself, by unit. If there's a variance between AFSCME and ESPBC, for example, in how a holiday is I don't want to say interpreted, but if there's a difference between how the contract views a particular day as a holiday, it can impact those employees differently. And if it wasn't programmed correctly by that unit, then it becomes a problem. So we are finding some of those things as we've gone through the year, and we've experienced different holidays, or employees have taken floating holidays, or employees have taken a certain type of leave before or after a holiday, because there are certain circumstances within the agreements that if an employee takes a certain type of leave before or after a holiday, or they're not in paid status, they don't get paid. If those things aren't all programmed in the system right, it doesn't matter whether it's Oracle or CGI or some other program, it won't work. So some of those circumstances have happened. I think it's also important to note, we've also been transitioning a lot of paper and pencil type timesheets over to more automation for the hourly type stipends that you're referring to, Ms. Henn.
Okay.
So I hope that answers your question.
It sort of does, and I think I'm talking about apples and oranges here, it sounds like, but that was one of the potential root causes. It was a hypothesis, I guess, that has been floating out there as a result, or hypothesized as a cause of the insurance terminations. So it sounds like they're two different issues, and I guess I'm asking for the status. What is our confidence level that we've identified all of the causes of the insurance terminations? Because the stories break your heart. I mean, you hear about individuals being either denied coverage or that aren't seeking covered, healthcare that they need, because they find out that they've lost benefits, and that's not what we want for our employees. So it's, in terms of urgency and issues that that the team is tackling, can you speak to that and provide an update on when employees would expect to see this finally resolved?
Mr. Hodge or Mr. McCall, the first thing I would ask that you respond to is what is the process if someone, because I know we have received calls, people directly from medical office or people following up, what is our current process now and what is the lag time that someone has to wait to receive medical care? What do we do internally if there is a problem in Oracle regarding healthcare?
Absolutely. So it is the top priority. So when we get that call, whether it comes in through what is currently our customer service center, there is a means to escalate that directly upstairs, well, in the building upstairs to our actual benefits and retirement team. We do stop what we're doing because that is a serious situation. And so what we have the ability to do is not only correct it, but we correct it in the carrier's portal. And so what we ask the employee to do, particularly if they're at the doctor, we let them know that it's completed, and then we ask them to tell their provider that they may have to call the carrier just to confirm the coverage, because these are immediate updates that we're making. So the way the system is designed is that when we make those changes, it will go over on the next file. Because it is a priority and it's serious, we stop right then and there, and we take it all the way through. So if that provider is having difficulty once we make that change and we tell the employee, we just give them the information to contact the carrier and they can verify coverage. So it can be done right then and there. If it's not at the doctor's office, and they give us information that where they're going in 2 days or within the week, we still do that because depending on when we make the change, depends on when it goes on the next file. And so we want to make sure that the retiree, the active employee, or their dependent is able to get in ASAP.
And that's great to hear. I'm very glad to hear that we're responsive, and I wasn't doubting our responsiveness at all. And I'm not asking, thank you for that information. I'm not concerned that we're not being responsive when we get those calls, and I am hearing that we are being responsive. I guess what I'm more concerned about, that's a huge burden on our resources, on our team in having to respond to those. So I'm really asking about, when I say root cause, how are we stopping the bleeding, not to use a healthcare analogy, but you know what I'm saying. How are we addressing it so that we don't have to continue to provide that level of support and use resources to manage these issues on an ongoing basis? And is Oracle providing the support that we need to be able to do that?
Yes, and so forgive me for that. So I am confident as of today that we're aware of our current challenges that we're having. And so most of the challenges, if employees are having something today, it's because it's in a previous period. So as of March, I can say that we have fixes in place for the issues that we were having and that I mentioned earlier today or earlier tonight. So that's as of today what I am aware of. And so as we continue to work with not only our IT partners, but also, of course, with IBM, among the calls and the meetings that we have on a weekly basis. And there are more than one that we have. So we're always in communication. And I believe my team and Mr. Corrin's team probably talks every day for the regular meetings, or whether it's just a matter of getting on a Teams call to talk through. So as of today, I am confident that we're aware of our current challenges that were impacting employees' disruption to their health care.
Hey, Ms. Frimpong, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
You have a question?
I do. So
It's hard to hear you, Ms. Frimpong.
let me turn up the volume. Can you hear me better now?
A little, yes.
Okay. With the slide on slide 8, and I see down at the bottom it talks about an additional $8 million request to the board in July of 2026. It does have the breakdown of why that information is being asked for, I guess, what encompasses that $8 million. I guess I'm trying to understand is how, in understanding you cannot cost out every single thing when you're rolling out new software, but how did we get to an $8 million differential with this contract, especially when we talk about that this has already been done in other school systems and even in larger school systems than ours. I mean, where is it that, are we not being clear on the requirements, what we're looking for from this software, or is it, our vendor? How do we get to an 8 million, another, because this is additional money we've already given out before. So where is this additional 8 million that's being requested? Why do we have such a big variance here?
Ms. Frimpong, I will start to respond and ask the team that they can fill in and correct. The slide before that identifies the 6 school systems, you see the top 3 largest school systems, including ours, on there. I believe Montgomery County has had Oracle, and the cost there is to transfer from on-prem to the cloud-based services. That's $28 million, which our spending affordability to start from scratch was $27 million. Baltimore City, I'm not sure if they are finished. They spent $41 million, and we don't have numbers yet for Prince George's County. Highlight Baltimore City because we have their we have the numbers, and they are a much smaller school system, and so comparably, some of the reason that this information was provided was to provide some context on the costs with implementing Oracle. And if we go to the next slide, the slide that actually has the numbers, and I think Mr. Tantliff or Mr. Corns can speak to, you'll see for FY 27 and 28 what the projected costs are, and I think the team can speak to the specific bullets that are on the bottom for that added support and services to make sure that we don't have, to an earlier point, people having to stop everything that they're doing for years in perpetuity, that we have reports that we're running, that we're fixing, concerns that are coming up for staff members. But I think members at the table, you guys are much better equipped to speak to specifics about the $8 million over 2 years, what is constituting that amount.
I noted before, a project this magnitude, it's very difficult to be precise up front because there's so many moving parts and there's so many things that are learned in terms of requirements and what it takes to keep the project going once you get into it. But you can see on the sheet, we realized we needed hypercare for an extra month for each of the phases of the project. We had to delay implementation, both for payroll and HCM last year. That was a lot due to Tabco's request that we do the go live on July 1st instead of on March 1st. As we got into the current modules, we realized that needed to be delayed to get all the bones and all the work in place and get everything identified and put together and do all the proper testing. We had to add testing as a service and managed services and just additional IBM resources that we realized we needed once we got into the project. We just unfortunately couldn't have anticipated all of those on day one. We did the best we can. We know these are precious resources, and we do we absolutely don't add or incur costs unless we absolutely have to, but it's paramount for the project to be successful, and so we're doing that to the best of our ability. Thanks.
Mr. Young?
Mr. Hodge, based on what you were saying, I'm interpreting that as far as like the insurance aspect goes, that our Oracle system is communicating with our insurance carrier on some regular frequency. So instead of it communicating as needed based upon updates as far as new hires or separations.
Correct. So there are weekly interfaces that carry the information on the data over from BCPS to the different carriers, and we have many, but I'll let Mr. Corns if he has anything to add to that.
Mr. Young, we have multiple carriers, and when we think about benefits, we tend to focus in on healthcare, but we have dental, vision, healthcare, 403Bs, 457s, so all of those are interfaces that we're generating data from and transmitting on a regular interval. It would on the surface appear that we would just simply send a very simplistic file, but there's a lot of nuance to the way the data is outlined, and there's a lot of rules around if you turn 26 and you have to fall off your parents' coverage, but then you're no longer a family coverage, you're now down to just a husband-wife coverage or partner coverage. So there's a lot of nuance into those interfaces to pull the data out in a meaningful way that aligns with our vendor. So, you know, as Mr. Hodge was pointing out, his team is constantly in communication with the vendors that we're dealing with. He's constantly in communication with my team. They're doing on-the-fly updates if there is something that was programmatically outside of the norm. But yeah, it's a regular interval every week.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
Any other questions? Ms. Henn?
Thank you. On the implementation milestones listed under the budget and financial go-lives, which of those modules are part of the budget go-live in August versus the financial in October?
Just the budget module itself, where everyone puts their budget into the system, that's what's going live a little earlier. And then purchasing and financials, general ledger, et cetera, go on October 8th.
Okay, so that would be the budget control, then the supplier portal, everything else would be under financials in October?
Yep.
So just budget control or planning and budgeting? Narrative reporting? Because I imagine a lot of that data would roll up, a lot of the financial data would have to roll up into the budget reporting, so.
Well, the budget, when it goes live, it's just going to be capturing the budgets.
For entry?
Yes.
For planning purposes?
When it first goes live, and then it'll interface with financials once financials go live and it's ready. So we want it to be ready to put the budgets in it. If something happens and it weren't, then we would have to use our current system for everyone to input their budgets, and then accounting would the budget office would just need to muscle through and make an interface to pull all the data into Oracle. So the intent is when the offices start putting in their budgets, they're able to go directly into the Oracle module, and then it'll be ready to interface when the rest of the system goes live.
And not for this planning cycle, but maybe next year, when entering the budgets, you'll have potentially, depending on your level of access to actuals from the financial modules then for assistance with budgeting? Is that the intent?
They see the actuals now when they input their budgets. They see prior year actuals. That's part of what the visuals they have when the offices put their budget together, and they'll have that in the Oracle system also.
In Oracle also.
They'll see actuals for each of the components of their budget.
Okay.
They see that now in their old system too.
Okay, that's what I was trying to piece together, is how those two systems would interface how the data would be available for budgeting this year for the planning, if they'll be able to see the actuals, and if that's a seamless type of interface for managers when they're entering their budgets.
Yes, they'll be able to see their actuals, and then they'll be able to put in their 28 budget at the same time.
In Oracle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. The next item on the agenda is information, which includes the policy scheduled for review in 26-27, revised superintendent's rules 2361, 4302, and 5200, and an updated student counts 2025. The next item on the agenda is board comments, committee updates, and agenda setting. Mr. Young, the audit committee?
The next audit committee meeting is next Tuesday, June 16th at 4:30 p.m.
And the buildings and contracts?
The next building and contracts committee will be Monday, July 13th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Curriculum committee, Ms. Delusky?
Thank you. The next curriculum committee meeting will be on June 24th at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Policy review, Ms. Pumphrey?
We last updated on 5/19 and haven't had a meeting since then, but our next meeting for for June 15th.
Thank you. And Ms. Frempong, are you still on to give an update on the Equity Committee?
I'm here. The Equity Committee last met on May 14th. We featured a student panel who shared their experiences. These experiences included access or barriers to classes, programs, leadership opportunities, or times when the students' learning needs were well supported or were not. Thank you again to those students who participated in the panel. At our last Equity Committee meeting with Equity Advisory Council on May 21st, we had an informational presentation on family safety planning and standby guardianship. Join us for our next Equity Committee meeting on Thursday, June 18th at 4 p.m.
Thank you. Are there any agenda setting items? Our next meeting is not till July 14th, so the agenda setting won't be done till our new superintendent. So if you want to email also, you can, Ms. Dominowski.
Real quick, since it was brought up again about Nottingham, if it was possible to get the data made public that was used to make the Nottingham Middle School community school decisions determination, because the public information we have right now doesn't match what, right, okay. And then lastly, I just wanted to give another round of applause and congratulations to our 2026 high school graduates, but I also wanted to send out a special acknowledgement to Miss Jennifer Martinez, as she graduated her first of many, I hope, senior classes at Lock Raven High School. Miss Martinez hit the ground running with her educators, staff, and students to change the culture at Lock Raven and highlight Raider pride in the hallways, classrooms, athletic fields, and even in the parking lot. I would love for the board and the public to hear from Miss Martinez and on all the great work she and her staff managed to do in just 1 year and how they did it. I believe it will prove to be a great example for all of our schools.
Thank you. Mr. McMillian?
Not that I'd like to say a presentation on the, or agenda item, but I'd like to get an update on the enrollment numbers currently at Crossroads and Rosedale by grade. And I'd like to see them now, just to see what kids are in those buildings. And I asked for the feasibility study with the Eastern Tech Athletic Program, and I think that was the end of June 29th maybe, the feasibility study from the, yeah, so that's just going to be released at that, excuse me? I'm sorry.
I believe it was responded in a sub that it will be a sub available on June 29th.
Will be a sub?
A superintendent's update to the board.
Board, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
What did you say?
I never heard sub before. I like that.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Henn?
Thank you. I'd like to get regular school construction project updates, those projects that aren't part of our capital improvement plan. Those were previously approved by boards in the past, and by past, I'm talking 10, 20 years ago at least, and would like the Policy Review Committee to look at that and take a look at when the policy might have changed, because at some point the board did approve those, and that's information that at the least I'd like to start seeing come to the board, and for the PRC to bring a recommendation as to whether we need to reinstate that policy for approval of projects of a certain amount and higher. Thank you.
Ms. Zaleski?
Thank you. In response to public comment tonight, but also previously, it would be great to have some kind of presentation or update on the balance of the use of Chromebooks and technology versus traditional learning. And so that would be one topic and then a second topic would be looking at that attendance policy, policy 5120, looking at the that 10% mark and updating that. And then finally, on board and school staff communication to stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just writing down. Okay. Thank you. Our next board meeting is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026.
Chair Lecter?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Frempong, go ahead.
Thank you. I raised my hand actually during the information and I just waited again, but in policy review, in one of the items for information, it has the policy review schedule for next year. So 5120, as the teacher mentioned, that looks like that will be incorporated into that. But I'd like to know, I guess, if we were able to consider policy 8315. And that one is actually our policy about public participation and speakers at our board meeting. So the way that the most recent one was laid out, back in 2023, it has the different groups and it allows for pretty much like 5 per space, which is 20 people. And I don't think that we typically reach that amount. And then we also have the caveat that if people don't show up, that the people can be pulled from the waiting list, as is what happened tonight. But even with that, there are still times when that group number 4, the individual citizens or students, don't get an opportunity to speak. And so we saw that happen tonight. And I also think what happens is people accidentally sign up for policy but really want to speak in general. So I'd like to look at is for information if we're able to update policy 8315, specifically our individual citizens and groups, to see if we have more opportunity to get more speakers available to speak. If there's a topic that's of very important or kind of a hot button topic, for lack of a better word, that we have more opportunity to hear from our individual citizens or students.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. The last item on the agenda is announcements. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026 at 6:30. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Those of you who stuck it out to the very end, thank you very much. And this meeting is now adjourned.